Hey guys! Tonight, we're telling the chilling story of the day 900 people followed a man into the jungle and never came back. This is the true account of Jonestown, a community that began with promises of peace and equality and ended in one of the most tragic mass deaths in modern history. Led by Jim Jones, they built a town in the remote forests of Guyana, far from outside influence, but closer to control, fear, and a fatal ideology. So before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We switched up the main story for tonight, and I'm sure you will love it. So dim those lights, grab your blanket, and let's uncover what we have for tonight. Picture this. It's 1955 and you're walking through Indianapolis on a Sunday morning. The air smells like coffee and car exhaust, and somewhere in the distance you can hear the familiar sound of church bells. But if you follow a different sound, the one that's part revival meeting, part theatre performance, you'll find yourself outside a modest building where something unusual is happening. Inside, a young man, adorned with slicked back hair and thick glasses, is performing an act that would cause your grandmother to tremble. He's preaching to a congregation that looks like a rainbow, black folks and white folks, all sitting together like it's the most natural thing in the world. In 1955, Indianapolis, this event was about as radical as announcing you'd discovered life on Mars. Even then, it was evident that Jim Jones was not your typical preacher. He had this way of speaking that made people lean forward in their seats, like he was sharing secrets from the universe itself. When he talked about building a better world, his voice carried the kind of conviction that made you want to believe him, even if you weren't sure what exactly you were believing in. You see, Jones had figured out something that politicians and snake oil salesmen have known for centuries. People are hungry for belonging. Not just the casual, hey, how's your weekend? Kind of belonging, but the deep soul-level kind that makes you feel like you've finally found your tribe. In the 1950s, America, the hunger for belonging was particularly acute due to its rigid social rules and invisible but very real barriers. Jones called his church the People's Temple, which sounds innocent enough until you realise he chose that name very deliberately. Not God's temple or Christ's temple, but People's Temple. He was positioning himself as the pastor of humanity itself, though at the time it probably just sounded progressive and inclusive. The man had a gift for reading people like they were open books. He'd spot the lonely widow in the third row, the young couple struggling to make ends meet, and the teenager who felt like an outsider everywhere else, and somehow he'd make each of them feel like they were the most important person in the room. It was like watching a master chef work. You couldn't quite see all the ingredients going into the dish, but the result was undeniably appealing. What made Jones particularly dangerous wasn't that he was obviously evil. Those types are easy to spot coming. It was that he genuinely seemed to care about social justice. He was advocating for racial equality decades before it was fashionable, running soup kitchens and taking in foster children. If you were keeping score of good deeds versus red flags in those early days, the good deeds were winning by a landslide. But here's the thing about charismatic leaders. They're like those Russian nesting dolls. You think you know who they are, but then you find another version inside and another inside that. Jones, the civil rights advocate, contained Jones, the control enthusiast. Jones, the megalomaniac, contained something much darker that wouldn't fully emerge until much later. In the early 1960s, Jones relocated his operations to California, deciding that it would be more advantageous to establish a utopian community in a state with favourable weather conditions. He set up shop in Redwood Valley, a small town in Northern California that was about as far from the urban chaos of the era as you could get without actually leaving civilization. The temple was growing, and with it Jones's ambitions. He wasn't content to just run a church anymore. He wanted to create a whole new way of living. He started talking about apostolic socialism, which was basically Christianity mixed with communist ideals, seasoned with a healthy dose of Jim Jones worship. It seemed as though someone had blended traditional religion, political revolution, and a personality cult to the utmost degree. And people were buying it. Hundreds of people, not just a handful, were embracing it. They were selling their houses, quitting their jobs, and moving to be closer to the temple. They were turning over their social security checks, their savings accounts, and their trust funds. They were signing custody of their children over to Jones. You might be wondering how intelligent, capable adults could make such drastic decisions, but that's the thing about gradual persuasion. It's like gaining weight. You don't notice it happening until one day you realise your pants don't fit anymore. Imagine you're feeling lost in your life. Maybe you're recently divorced, or you've just lost a job, or you're dealing with the kind of depression that makes getting out of bed feel like climbing Everest. Then someone comes along who not only understands your pain, but also offers you a purpose, a family, and a chance to change the world. Delivered by someone who seems to have all the answers, that's a pretty compelling sales pitch. Jones had mastered a technique that psychologists now refer to as love bombing, but back then, people simply referred to it as incredibly welcoming. New members were showered with attention, given important-sounding roles, and made to feel like they were part of something historic. It was like being invited to the coolest party in town, except the party never ended, and gradually you realised you weren't allowed to leave. The temple's daily routine was designed to keep people busy and connected. There were meetings every night, work projects during the day, and social activities that filled up any remaining free time. It was like being at summer camp, if summer camp lasted forever, and the counsellors gradually took over every aspect of your life. Jones was particularly skilled at creating artificial urgency. He'd receive visions about impending nuclear war, or he'd discover plots by government agencies to destroy the temple. These crises always seemed to require immediate action, usually involving more commitment, more donations, or more isolation from the outside world. It was like watching someone play a video game where the difficulty level kept increasing, except the players didn't realise they were playing a game. The social dynamics within the temple were fascinating in a disturbing way. Jones had created a system where loyalty to him was rewarded with status and privilege, while questioning anything was treated as a character flaw that needed to be corrected. Public confession sessions became a regular feature, where members would admit to thoughts or behaviours that showed insufficient devotion to the cause. It was akin to group therapy, but instead of promoting healing, it systematically undermined individuals. What's particularly chilling is how Jones used genuine social problems to justify increasingly extreme measures. He'd point to racism, poverty and violence in the outside world as evidence that the temple was the only safe space for his followers. Every news story about social unrest became proof that he was right about the need for radical change. It was like he was using the world's problems as marketing material for his cult. By the mid-1970s, Jones had perfected what he called revolutionary suicide, the idea that dying for the cause was more noble than living in a corrupt world. He'd have members drink what they thought was poison in fake drills to test their commitment. It was like fire drills, except instead of preparing for an emergency, they were rehearsing for mass suicide. The temple's financial operations were equally sophisticated. Jones had convinced hundreds of people to sign over their social security checks, their pensions, and their property deeds. The organisation was pulling in millions of dollars annually, which gave Jones enormous power and influence. He used this money to buy politicians, silence critics, and create an image of the temple as a legitimate social justice organisation. Meanwhile, Jones himself was becoming increasingly paranoid and unstable. He was addicted to prescription drugs, sleeping very little, and becoming convinced that government agents were infiltrating his organisation. But instead of seeking help, he used his paranoia to justify even more extreme control over his followers. It was like watching someone's mental health deteriorate in real time, except hundreds of people were dependent on him for their sense of reality. The most tragic part was how Jones had convinced his followers that their love for him was actually love for humanity. He'd created a system where caring about your own family, your own needs, or your own future was seen as selfish. The only acceptable form of love was devotion to the cause, which meant devotion to Jim Jones. It was emotional manipulation disguised as spiritual enlightenment. By 1977, Jones was facing increasing scrutiny from former members, investigative journalists and government agencies. His response wasn't to address the legitimate concerns being raised, but to plan an escape. He'd been working on an agricultural project in Guyana, a remote South American country. He called it Jonestown, because apparently modesty wasn't one of his virtues. Temple members presented the move to Guyana as the ultimate expression of their commitment to building a better world. They were going to create a socialist paradise in the jungle, free from the racism and oppression of American society. It sounded like an adventure, a chance to be pioneers in a new kind of community. What Jones didn't mention was that once his followers got to Guyana, they'd be trapped in one of the most isolated places on Earth, completely dependent on him for survival, with no way to leave even if they wanted to. The agricultural project was really a prison, and the paradise was about to become a nightmare. You know how sometimes you book a vacation based on pictures that turn out to be misleading? Well, imagine if instead of a disappointing hotel room, you ended up in a jungle clearing with basic wooden buildings, no electricity, and the nearest neighbour about 1,000,000 miles away. That's essentially what happened to the nearly 1,000 people who moved to Jonestown between 1977 and 1978. Jones had been working on this Guyana project for years, selling it to his followers as their chance to build a socialist utopia away from the racial tensions and political problems of America. The brochures, and yes, there were actually brochures, showed smiling people working in lush gardens, children playing happily, and everyone living in harmony with nature. The project appeared to be a hybrid of a farming commune and a tropical resort. The reality was more akin to a hybrid of a prison camp and a survival show. The buildings were basic wooden structures that let in every bug, snake, and tropical disease the jungle had to offer. The promised agricultural paradise was mostly cleared land where crops struggled to grow in soil that hadn't been properly prepared. The medical facilities consisted of a small clinic that was better equipped for treating homesickness than tropical diseases. But here's the thing about being trapped in an isolated location with a charismatic leader. You start to normalise things that would have seemed completely insane back home. When Jones announced that everyone would work 12-hour days in the fields, everyone was presented as contributing to the collective good. His mandatory evening meetings, which lasted until midnight, were dubbed revolutionary education. When he started controlling who could talk to whom, it was described as maintaining unity and focus. The daily routine at Jonestown was designed to keep people exhausted and dependent. You'd wake up at 6 a.m. to the sound of Jones's voice over the loudspeaker system. Yes, there were speakers throughout the camp broadcasting his messages constantly. After a quick breakfast of rice and beans, the menu didn't vary much, you'd head to the fields for manual labour that would make a prison work detail look like a leisurely stroll. Jones had figured out that physical exhaustion was one of the most effective forms of mind control. When people are tired, hungry and overwhelmed, they don't have the mental energy to question authority or think critically about their situation. It's like trying to solve complex math problems after running a marathon. Your brain just doesn't have the resources to function properly. The social dynamics in Jonestown were even more controlling than they had been back in California. Jones had informants throughout the community who reported on anyone who expressed doubts or complained about conditions. Private conversations were discouraged, and anyone caught spreading negativity would be subjected to public criticism sessions that could last for hours. It was like living in a fishbowl, except the fish were being constantly watched by other fish, who might turn them into the head fish. What made the situation particularly tragic was how Jones used people's genuine desire to help others as a weapon against them. He'd convince parents that their children would be better off in the communal nursery, then use the children as leverage to keep the parents in line. He'd tell people that their elderly relatives needed special care, then isolate those relatives so they couldn't share their concerns with family members. The medical situation at Jonestown was particularly disturbing. Jones was consuming massive quantities of prescription drugs, stimulants to keep him awake, sedatives to help him sleep, and various other medications to manage his increasingly erratic behaviour. But instead of getting proper treatment, he was being enabled by a small circle of loyalists who had convinced themselves that his drug use was somehow necessary for his leadership abilities. Meanwhile, the general population was dealing with tropical diseases, malnutrition, and injuries from the manual labour, all while being told that complaining about their health was a sign of weakness or disloyalty. The medical staff was overwhelmed and under-equipped, trying to treat serious conditions with basic supplies, and no way to evacuate patients who needed more advanced care. Jones had also instituted what he called extended family relationships, which was really a system of arranged partnerships designed to break down traditional family bonds and increase loyalty to him. People were encouraged to report on their family members if they showed signs of disloyalty, and children were taught to see Jones as their primary parent figure. It was like he was systematically dismantling every relationship that might compete with his authority. The communication with the outside world was completely controlled by Jones and his inner circle. Jones and his inner circle censored letters home. monitored phone calls and carefully managed visitors. Family members back in the United States were told that their loved ones were too busy building the new community to write often, and that they were happier than they'd ever been. It was like an entire community had been kidnapped, but the kidnappers were sending cheerful postcards to prevent anyone from noticing. By early 1978, some people were starting to realise that they'd made a terrible mistake. But leaving Jonestown wasn't as simple as buying a plane ticket. The nearest airport was hours away through jungle terrain, and Jones had convinced the Guyanese government that he was running a legitimate agricultural project that deserved protection. Anyone who tried to leave was told they were abandoning their commitment to social justice and betraying their fellow community members. The few individuals who succeeded in escaping recounted tales that appeared almost unreal. They recounted tales of armed guards, food shortages, and a leader who was evidently losing his sense of reality. However, many dismissed their accounts as the complaints of individuals unable to cope with the challenges of establishing a new society. Jones, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly paranoid about outside interference. He was convinced that government agents were planning to destroy Jonestown, and he began preparing his followers for what he called revolutionary suicide. The idea that dying for the cause was preferable to being captured or destroyed by enemies. It was like he was writing the script for a tragedy, and casting his followers as the unwilling actors. You know that feeling when you're in a relationship that's gone bad, but you've invested so much time and energy that leaving feels impossible? Imagine a scenario where not only your romantic life is at risk, but also your entire sense of identity, your family, your future, and potentially your entire life. That's what it was like for the people trapped in Jonestown as 1978 wore on. By this point, Jones wasn't even pretending to be a legitimate religious leader anymore. He'd started referring to himself as God, holding bizarre ceremonies where followers were required to worship him directly. The man who had once preached about Christian love and social justice was now demanding that people bow down to him and confess their inadequacies in elaborate public rituals. It was like watching someone's ego inflate until it consumed everything around it. The daily routine had become a form of psychological torture disguised as community building. Jones would wake people up in the middle of the night for emergency meetings about imaginary threats. He'd force them to participate in revolutionary games that were really exercises in humiliation and control. He'd separate families, reassign living arrangements, and change work assignments seemingly at random, all while insisting that these changes were necessary for the greater good. What made the situation particularly cruel was how Jones used people's own values against them. He'd convince parents that true love meant allowing their children to be raised by the community rather than forming selfish attachments. He'd tell people that their desire to contact family members back home was evidence of bourgeois sentimentality that needed to be overcome. He'd frame every natural human instinct as a character flaw that required correction. The physical conditions at Jonestown were deteriorating rapidly. The agricultural project that was supposed to make the community self-sufficient was failing spectacularly. Crops were dying, equipment was breaking down, and the tropical climate was proving far more challenging than anyone had anticipated. People were losing weight, getting sick, and working themselves to exhaustion trying to meet impossible goals. Jones responded to these failures by blaming his followers for their lack of commitment. If the crops weren't growing, it was because people weren't working hard enough. If people were getting sick, it was because they were allowing negative thoughts to affect their health. If the community wasn't thriving, it was because individuals were being selfish instead of putting the collective good first. It was like watching someone set a house on fire and then blame it for burning. The psychological manipulation had reached levels that would have impressed totalitarian dictators. Jones had created a system where questioning anything was treated as a mental illness, where expressing doubts was considered evidence of moral weakness, and where the only acceptable emotion was gratitude for the privilege of being part of his revolutionary experiment. People were literally being programmed to doubt their perceptions and instincts. Meanwhile, back in the United States, family members were becoming increasingly concerned about their loved ones in Jonestown. They'd formed a group called the Concerned Relatives, led by a man named Leo Ryan, who happened to be a congressman from California. Ryan had been hearing disturbing stories from people who'd escaped from Jonestown, and he'd decided to investigate personally. Jones was terrified of outside scrutiny, and for good reason. The escapees' stories depicted a community that resembled a concentration camp rather than a utopian experiment. They talked about armed guards, food shortages, brutal punishment for minor infractions, and a leader who was clearly suffering from severe mental illness and drug addiction. The congressman's planned visit sent Jones into a panic. He knew that if Ryan actually saw the conditions at Jonestown, the whole operation would be exposed, but he also knew that preventing the visit would raise even more suspicions, so he decided to put on a show, cleaning up the camp, coaching his followers on what to say, and preparing for what he hoped would be a brief, superficial visit that would satisfy the congressman's curiosity. Jones underestimated the willingness of some of his followers to risk everything in order to escape. The congressional visit was the first real chance they'd had to get out. It was like prisoners planning a jailbreak, except the prison guards were people they'd once considered friends and family. The tension in Jonestown during the weeks leading up to Ryan's visit was almost unbearable. Jones alternated between manic optimism about deceiving the congressman and paranoid rage about exposure. His followers oscillated between the hope of imminent rescue and the fear of potential consequences if they attempted to flee. Jones had been conducting practice sessions for what he called revolutionary suicide for months, telling his followers that death was preferable to being captured by their enemies. He'd framed these rehearsals as tests of loyalty, but they were really psychological conditioning, preparing people for the unthinkable. It resembled a rehearsal for a tragedy that everyone hoped would never materialise. The community was living under constant surveillance, with Jones's most loyal followers watching for any signs of disloyalty or escape attempts. People had completely destroyed trust, fearing that their own family members might report anything they said to Jones. It was like living in a police state, except the police were your neighbours, and the dictator was someone you'd once loved and trusted. As November 1978 approached, everyone in Jonestown could feel that something was about to happen. Jones was becoming increasingly erratic, his speeches more paranoid and threatening. The armed guards were more visible, the rules more strict, and the punishments more severe. It was like watching a pressure cooker building toward an explosion, except no one knew exactly when or how it would happen. The people trapped in Jonestown were about to face the ultimate test of their survival instincts, and many of them had been so thoroughly manipulated that they no longer trusted their judgment about what survival even meant. November the 17th, 1978, started like any other day in Jonestown, which is to say it started with Jim Jones's voice crackling over the loudspeaker system at dawn, reminding everyone that they were part of something greater than themselves. But you could feel the tension in the air, thick as the jungle humidity. Today was different because today, Congressman Leo Ryan was coming to visit. Jones had been preparing for this moment for weeks, coaching his followers on what to say and how to act. The settlement had been cleaned up, most obviously sick people had been hidden away, and everyone had been reminded that the future of their revolutionary experiment depended on convincing Ryan that everything was wonderful. It was like preparing for the world's most important job interview, except the consequences of failure were unthinkable. When Ryan's small delegation arrived, accompanied by some journalists and a few relatives of Jonestown residents, Jones put on his most charming performance. He gave them a tour of the agricultural areas, showed them the communal dining hall, and presented Jonestown as a thriving example of racial harmony and collective living. To casual observers, it might have looked impressive, at least on the surface, but some of the residents were watching for their chance. A few brave souls had been planning for this moment, knowing it might be their only opportunity to escape. They were taking enormous risks. Jones had stressed that anyone who tried to leave would be considered a traitor to the cause, and traitors face severe consequences. It was like planning a jailbreak where the guards were your family members. The visit was supposed to be brief and ceremonial, but it quickly became clear that some people wanted out. A family named the Parks approached Ryan's delegation and quietly asked for help leaving. Then others began to step forward, despite the obvious terror in their eyes. It was like watching people finally find the courage to admit that their marriage was abusive, except the stakes were life and death. Jones tried to maintain his composure, but you could see the panic in his eyes. His carefully orchestrated performance was falling apart, and with it, his control over the situation. He started making increasingly desperate attempts to convince people to stay, alternating between pleading and veiled threats. It was like watching a skilled actor forget his lines in the middle of the most important performance of his career. As the day wore on, more people gathered the courage to approach Ryan's group. They were afraid, but they were more afraid of staying than of leaving. Some had family members who refused to go with them, creating heartbreaking scenes of families being torn apart by impossible choices. Others were prevented from leaving by armed guards who were still loyal to Jones. The situation reached a breaking point when Jones realised he couldn't control the narrative anymore. Too many people were asking to leave, and the journalists were asking too many difficult questions. The facade of the happy, voluntary community was crumbling, and Jones knew that once the truth got out, everything would be over. In the late afternoon, Ryan's delegation prepared to leave, taking with them about 20 people who had asked for help escaping. They headed to the small airstrip that served as Jonestown's connection to the outside world, probably thinking the worst was over. They had no idea that Jones was about to make a decision that would turn their rescue mission into a massacre. As the group waited at the airstrip for their plane to be ready, Jones was back at the settlement, making frantic preparations for what he called revolutionary suicide. He'd been planning for this moment for months, stockpiling the materials he'd need and conditioning his followers to see death as preferable to capture. It was like he'd been writing the final act of a tragedy and was now ready to stage the performance. The attack at the airstrip came suddenly and without warning. Armed men loyal to Jones opened fire on the delegation, killing Congressman Ryan, 3 journalists and 1 of the defectors. Others were wounded but managed to hide in the jungle until help arrived. It was like a war movie, but real, and it was happening to people who came to help. Back at Jonestown, Jones gathered his followers in the central pavilion and told them that the attack on Ryan's group meant they were now at war with the United States government. He claimed that soldiers would be coming to torture and kill them, and that their only option was to die with dignity on their own terms. It was the ultimate manipulation, using people's fear of a terrible fate to convince them to choose an even worse one. Audio recordings capture the horrific scene that followed. Jones, with his soothing and commanding voice, persuaded hundreds of people to consume a cyanide-laced fruit punch. He presented it as a revolutionary act, a way to make a statement about their commitment to the cause. Parents were told to give it to their children first, to spare them the pain of watching their parents die. Some people resisted, arguing that they should try to escape or fight back instead of giving up. But Jones had spent years conditioning his followers to trust his judgment over their own instincts. He'd created a system where questioning his decisions was seen as disloyalty, and where disloyalty was the worst possible sin. Even in this final moment, many people couldn't bring themselves to defy him. The few survivors later described scenes of absolute horror, people convulsing and dying while Jones continued to speak over the loudspeaker, telling them they were doing something beautiful and revolutionary. Children were crying, parents were screaming, and through it all, Jones kept insisting that the event was a moment of triumph rather than tragedy. Within hours, more than 900 people were dead, including over 300 children. The agricultural project that was supposed to create a better world had become the site of the largest mass murder-suicide in modern history. The man who had once preached about love and social justice had led his followers into the ultimate act of destruction. The world was rocked by the news of the Jonestown tragedy. When the first reports came in about a mass suicide in the jungles of Guyana, most people couldn't process what they were hearing. Was the death toll over 900? The death toll included hundreds of children, at the hands of a religious leader who had convinced them to drink poisoned punch. It sounded like something from a horror movie, not something that could happen in real life. The images that emerged from the scene were haunting beyond description. Aerial photographs showed bodies scattered throughout the settlement, families lying together, and children who had died in their parents' arms. It looked like a war zone, except there had been no battle, just a madman's final act of control over people who had trusted him with their lives. The world struggled to understand how such a thing could happen. How could hundreds of intelligent, caring people be convinced to kill themselves and their children? Dismissing them all as crazy or gullible was an easy answer, but it didn't explain how a diverse group of teachers, nurses, social workers, and other professionals could all succumb to the allure of a charismatic leader. The investigation that followed revealed the full scope of Jones's operation. The People's Temple had been pulling in millions of dollars annually, much of it from social security checks and property sales by members who had turned over their entire lives to the organisation. Jones had used this money to buy political influence, silence critics, and create the infrastructure for his jungle prison. It was like discovering that a charity organisation had really been a sophisticated criminal enterprise. The few survivors who had escaped the final tragedy began to tell their stories, and a picture emerged of systematic psychological manipulation that had taken place over many years. People hadn't just decided one day to follow Jones to Guyana and die for his cause. They'd been gradually conditioned, isolated from outside influences, and broken down until they couldn't trust their judgment anymore. Family members who had lost loved ones at Jonestown found themselves grappling with unfathomable emotions. They were grieving, but they were also angry. At Jones, at themselves for not intervening sooner, and at a system that had allowed such a thing to happen. They had been trying to get their relatives out of the temple for years, but were told they were the ones with the problem and didn't understand the beautiful community their loved ones had found. The psychological community began studying what had happened at Jonestown as a way to understand how mass manipulation works. They identified patterns that Jones had used: love-bombing new recruits, gradually increasing commitment levels, isolating people from outside influences, and creating an us versus them mentality that made questioning the leader feel like betraying the group. What made the Jonestown tragedy particularly disturbing was how Jones had used people's best impulses against them. He'd attracted followers by appealing to their desire for social justice, racial equality, and community service. He'd convinced them that their willingness to sacrifice for others was evidence of their moral superiority. Then he'd gradually redefined sacrifice until it meant giving up everything: their money, their relationships, their autonomy, and finally their lives. The political implications were also significant. Jones had established political connections with prominent politicians who had praised his work with the poor and marginalised. The revelation that he'd been running a cult that ended in mass murder was embarrassing for many public figures who had associated themselves with the People's Temple. It was like discovering that a respected charity had been a front for organised crime. Religious communities also had to grapple with the implications of what had happened. Jones had started as a legitimate minister, and the People's Temple had been affiliated with mainstream Christian denominations. The tragedy raised uncomfortable questions about how religious authority could be abused, and how communities could protect themselves from charismatic leaders who might have dangerous intentions. The media coverage of Jonestown was intense and often sensationalised. The phrase "drinking the Kool-Aid" entered popular culture as a way to describe blind obedience to authority. Though most people who use the phrase don't realise they're referencing a tragedy where hundreds of children died, it was like turning a mass murder into a cultural meme, which somehow made it feel less real and more distant. The fact that most of the people responsible for the tragedy had already died complicated the legal aftermath. After orchestrating the mass suicide, Jones shot himself, leading to the deaths of many of his top lieutenants. The few survivors who could have faced criminal charges were either obvious victims themselves or had played such minor roles that prosecution appeared futile. The Guyanese government, which had allowed Jones to establish his settlement, faced questions about how they had been deceived and whether they bore any responsibility for what had happened. They had seen the People's Temple as a legitimate agricultural project that would bring investment and development to a remote area of their country. Instead, they had unknowingly provided the location for one of the most horrific mass murders in history. International law enforcement agencies began to pay more attention to religious movements that operated across national boundaries. The Jonestown tragedy had shown how a cult leader could use multiple countries' jurisdictions to avoid scrutiny and create situations where followers could be completely isolated from help or oversight. Mental health professionals began developing a better understanding of how to help people who had been involved in high-control groups. They learned that survivors often suffered from complex trauma that combined elements of abuse, brainwashing, and survivor's guilt. Recovery required not just healing from the psychological damage, but also rebuilding the ability to trust their own judgment and form healthy relationships. When you truly reflect on Jonestown, it's clear that it wasn't a tale of blatantly evil individuals engaging in blatantly evil actions. It was a story about how good intentions can be weaponized, how the desire to belong can be turned into a trap, and how the very human need for meaning and purpose can be manipulated by someone who understands those needs better than his victims understand them themselves. The people who followed Jim Jones into the jungle weren't stupid or weak. They were teachers and nurses, parents and grandparents, people who had dedicated their lives to helping others and making the world a better place. They were the kind of people you'd want as neighbours, the kind who would bring you soup when you were sick and organise fundraisers for local charities. That's what makes their fate so terrifying. If it could happen to them, it could happen to anyone. In the decades since Jonestown, we've learned a lot about how cults operate, but we haven't necessarily gotten better at preventing them. The internet has made it easier for charismatic leaders to find vulnerable people and gradually draw them into isolated communities. Social media algorithms can create echo chambers that reinforce extreme beliefs. The same psychological vulnerabilities that Jones exploited in the 1970s are still present today, just in different forms. The warning signs that experts now recognise were all there in the People's Temple's evolution. The gradual escalation of commitment, the isolation from outside influences, the punishment of questioning, the creation of an us versus them mentality, the increasing control over members' daily lives, these patterns repeat themselves in various forms across different types of high-control groups. What's particularly haunting is how Jones used the language of love and social justice to justify increasingly extreme demands. He convinced people that their willingness to give up their individuality was evidence of their commitment to the collective good. He framed their isolation from family and friends as liberation from toxic relationships. He presented their financial exploitation as generous sharing with the community. It appeared as though he had subverted all positive values. The children who died at Jonestown had no choice in their fate. They were born into the temple or brought there by parents who genuinely believed they were providing their children with a better life. These kids grew up thinking that Jim Jones was a father figure, that the temple was their family, and that the outside world was dangerous and corrupt. Many trusted their parents when they gave them the poisoned drink, because they were taught to trust adults. The survivors who escaped before the final tragedy have had to live with complex feelings of guilt and loss. They saved themselves, but they couldn't save their friends and family members who stayed behind. They had to rebuild their entire sense of reality after learning that a man they once trusted killed their loved ones. It's like surviving a house fire in which you were unable to save everyone else in the building. The families who lost loved ones at Jonestown have faced a different kind of grief. They've had to mourn people who they felt had abandoned them for the cult, while also dealing with the knowledge that their relatives died as victims of manipulation and abuse. They've had to reconcile their anger at their loved ones' choices with their understanding that those choices were made under extreme psychological pressure. The broader implications of Jonestown continue to resonate today. We live in an era of increasing political polarization, where people are drawn to leaders who promise simple solutions to complex problems. We see communities forming around shared grievances and shared enemies, where loyalty to the group becomes more important than critical thinking. We watch as people gradually cut ties with family and friends who don't share their beliefs, creating the same kind of isolation that made Jonestown possible. The tragedy also highlighted the importance of maintaining connections to diverse perspectives and outside communities. Those who were most vulnerable to Jones's manipulation were often isolated from family, friends, and other support. When your entire social world revolves around one group and one leader, it becomes almost impossible to maintain perspective on what's normal and what's dangerous. Modern cult experts emphasize that the best protection against manipulation is maintaining what they call distributed trust, having relationships and commitments that span multiple communities and contexts. When you place all your trust in a single entity, you expose yourself to the control of that entity. But when your life includes family, friends, work colleagues, hobby groups, and other connections, it's much harder for any single person or organisation to gain total control over your thinking. The Jonestown tragedy also showed how important it is to trust your instincts when something feels wrong, even if you can't articulate exactly what's bothering you. Many people who eventually escaped from the temple later said they had felt uneasy about certain things for months or years before they finally decided to leave. But they had been trained to dismiss those feelings as weakness, selfishness, or lack of faith in the cause. In our current information environment, where we're constantly bombarded with conflicting messages about what's true and what's important, the lessons of Jonestown are more relevant than ever. We need to be able to think critically about the sources of our information, to maintain relationships with people who might challenge our assumptions, and to trust our judgment when something doesn't feel right. The story of Jonestown is ultimately about the fragility of human judgment and the importance of the communities that help us maintain our sense of reality. It serves as a reminder that isolation from outside perspectives and systematic manipulation can lead even the most intelligent and well-meaning individuals astray, but it's also about the human spirit's resilience and the bravery needed to escape toxic or dangerous situations. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that the people in Jonestown were not so different from you and me. They were seeking meaning, purpose, and community in their lives. They wanted to make the world a better place and to be part of something larger than themselves. These are noble desires that deserve respect, even when they lead people astray. The tragedy is not that they had these desires, but that they encountered someone who was willing to exploit them for his own ends. The man who persuaded the people to follow Jim Jones into the jungle, rather than the people themselves, is the true villain of this story. In the end, the best way to honour the memory of those who died at Jonestown is to remember that the capacity for both good and evil exists within all of us, and that maintaining our humanity requires constant vigilance, not just against obvious threats, but against the subtle ways that our best intentions can be turned against us. The jungle has reclaimed most of what was once Jonestown. Trees grow where the pavilion once stood, and vines cover the foundations of the buildings where people once lived and worked, and hoped for a better future. Nature has erased most of the physical evidence, but the lessons remain for us to learn. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones that make us uncomfortable, that force us to confront the uncomfortable truths about human nature and the communities we create. The story of Jonestown is one of those stories, a reminder that paradise and hell can sometimes be separated by nothing more than the intentions of the people in charge, and that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance, not just against external threats, but against the parts of ourselves that make us vulnerable to those who would exploit our deepest needs and desires. Remember, the best defense against manipulation is to maintain the connections and perspectives that keep you grounded in reality, despite its complexity and imperfections. Trusting someone who claims to have all the answers can be dangerous, especially if it means giving up your ability to think for yourself. And just like that, our main story has reached its conclusion. We've reached the closing of our main story tonight. If your mind is still racing, you're familiar with the routine. If this story didn't sit right with some of you, we have plenty more content for you to choose from. All you need to do is relax and drift off. Sleep peacefully, my friends, and as always, good night. Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Murad came along, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, what had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent. Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than been built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, the Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever, with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp? That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation, but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined, and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the Empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The Empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganised the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organisation. The empire also began to modernise its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernise, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste, more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i Jadid, New Order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernise and reform while maintaining identity and preserving stability would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath, because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernising the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganisation, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernise everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hattusherif of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernisation. It guaranteed the security of life, honour, and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines, and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology, and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernisation efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasised the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets and artists engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernisation and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernisation and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernisation and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia, between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, Al-Husayn bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, Al-Husayn possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier, he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations. For Al-Husayn, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. The House of Wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, Al-Husayn felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al-Husayn grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, Al-Husayn reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Maryam bint Sa'id, cast an eye over Al-Husayn. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognized the advantage of travelling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Al-Husayn observed Maryam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimizing exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Al-Husayn, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Al-Husayn found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practiced fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, what wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, the caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Al-Husayn unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Eunice's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Mariam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Al-Husayn keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Al-Husayn could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Mariam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Al-Husayn, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artifact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century. A place with alabaster walls, if legend could be trusted, concealing a trove of scrolls older than Babylon. Al-Husayn listened, heart quickening. Though Mariam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, the scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Al-Husayn unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Eunice's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden jinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Al-Husayn listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Al-Husayn dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described, behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still, his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Al-Husayn peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Al-Husayn examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerised him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumoured codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Al-Husayn noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Al-Husayn lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Al-Husayn admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted, even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanahol, might hold a key to the codex. Al-Husayn's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al-Husayn wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al-Husayn felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. Perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, the half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al-Husayn took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al-Husayn pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanahal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al-Husayn noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday, they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al-Husayn listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times, the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Al-Husayn found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanahal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Al-Husayn, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Al-Husayn scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dock workers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Al-Husayn felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Al-Husayn set off with Mariam and two guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Al-Husayn, it was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward, heart-pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Al-Husayn called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Al-Husayn introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Al-Husayn unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanahal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go. But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving." Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Al-Husayn promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Al-Husayn laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Al-Husayn. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanahal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Al-Husayn and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Al-Husayn pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Tawfiq, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Al-Husayn brought his notebooks, Yunus's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanahal's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Al-Husayn inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Tawfiq recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Al-Husayn jotted down each tale, uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark cloud brewed on the horizon. Tawfiq urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Al-Husayn clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Al-Husayn's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Tawfiq guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Al-Husayn, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Tawfiq pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous, with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Tawfiq secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Al-Husayn carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Al-Husayn guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Al-Husayn paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Al-Husayn's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts, layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Basim's determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Al-Husayn's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway, intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Al-Husayn traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlight spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Al-Husayn's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Al-Husayn and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Al-Husayn's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Eunice had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor, a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritising the drier sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Al-Husayn catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognised partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Eunice's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Al-Husayn marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Al-Husayn often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Al-Husayn found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Eunice's instructions. Heart hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Al-Husayn felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Al-Husayn agreed, recognising that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Al-Husayn took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realised his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation. You wake up before dawn in your cell, not because you want to, but because Marcus, the lanista who runs this gladiator school, has a peculiar fondness for roosters. 3 of them, to be exact, and they seem to take personal offence at the concept of sleep. Their crowing echoes through the stone corridors of the ludus like a cacophony of very angry, very small trumpets. Your sleeping mat isn't exactly what you'd call comfortable. It's essentially a thin piece of fabric stretched over straw that's seen better decades. But you've grown accustomed to it, the way you've grown accustomed to most things in this life that chose you rather than the other way around. The cell is small, about the size of a modern walk-in closet, with walls that weep moisture in the winter and radiate heat like an oven in summer. You stretch, feeling your joints pop in that satisfying way that reminds you you're still alive and relatively intact. This is always a good sign in your line of work. Your body's a roadmap of small scars and faded bruises, each one a story you'd rather not tell at dinner parties, if you went to dinner parties, which you don't. The other gladiators are stirring too. There's Gaius, who snores like a hibernating bear and somehow always looks surprised when he wakes up, as if sleep were a magic trick he couldn't quite figure out. Across the corridor, you can hear Lucius already doing his morning stretches. The man is unnaturally disciplined, the sort who probably organised his toys by colour as a child. The guards unlock the cells with a series of metallic clanks that serve as your daily alarm clock. You file out with the others, a procession of dishevelled warriors shuffling toward the communal washing area. The water is cold enough to make you question your life choices, but it does the job of shocking you fully awake. Breakfast is barley porridge with a consistency somewhere between soup and mortar. Sometimes there are bits of dried meat floating in it, though you've learned not to ask too many questions about the sauce. The bread is dense and chewy, the kind that doubles as a weapon if you're creative enough, but it fills your stomach, and in this business, that's really all you can ask for. You eat in relative silence, listening to the morning sounds of the ludus coming to life. Somewhere, a blacksmith is already working on equipment repairs, the rhythmic hammering that will provide the soundtrack to your day. The cook is arguing with a grain merchant about quality, their voices carrying across the courtyard in rapid-fire Etruscan that sounds like an argument between 2 very passionate birds. After breakfast, you report to the equipment room, where Titus, the grizzled old gladiator who survived long enough to become an instructor, inspects each fighter's gear with the intensity of a mother examining her child's scraped knee. Your leather armour gets a thorough once-over, straps checked, padding adjusted. Your sword, a gladius that's seen more action than a diplomat in wartime, is examined for nicks and wear. Your shield grip is loose, Titus mutters, his weathered hands working the leather strapping. Loose grip, loose life. Remember that. You nod, though you've heard this particular wisdom roughly 300 times. Titus has maybe a dozen sayings that he rotates through like a philosophical water wheel, but the man has survived 15 years in the arena, so you listen. In your world, survival tips come from people who've actually survived, not from people who've read about surviving. Morning inspection complete, you head to the training grounds. The sand is already warm under your feet. heated by the early sun filtering through the ludus's open roof. Today will be another day of practice, preparation, and trying not to think too hard about why you're preparing. The training ground is your second home, though calling it home might be generous. It's more like that relative's house where you have to stay sometimes. Familiar but not exactly comfortable. The sand is fine and white, imported from some distant beach where people probably have better career options than professional combat. Your first drill of the day is footwork, which sounds simple until you realise that in the arena, fancy footwork is the difference between going home to your cell and going home to whatever afterlife the gods have planned for you. You practice the basic movements: advance, retreat, pivot, and dodge. Each step has to be precise. Each movement is economic. Wasted motion is wasted energy, and wasted energy is how you end up as entertainment for the crowd in ways you didn't intend. Titus watches from the sidelines, occasionally barking corrections. "You're dancing, not fighting. This isn't a festival." His voice carries the authority of someone who's seen too many promising gladiators make simple mistakes with permanent consequences. You adjust your stance, lower your centre of gravity, and try to look less like you're performing a religious ceremony and more like you're preparing for controlled violence. The wooden practice sword feels different from your real blade, lighter but somehow more awkward. It feels akin to attempting to write with a stick after becoming accustomed to a proper stylus. But the wooden sword won't accidentally remove important parts of your training partners, which everyone appreciates. Gaius is your sparring partner today, which is both good news and bad news. Good news? He's reliable and won't try anything unnecessarily creative that might result in an unplanned trip to the medical tent. Bad news? He has the subtlety of a falling tree and hits about as hard as one. Your arms are going to feel like overcooked noodles by the end of this session. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, wooden swords ready. The morning sun is climbing higher, and you can already feel sweat beginning to gather under your leather armour. Gaius makes the first move, a straightforward attack that you see coming from roughly the next province over. You parry, riposte, and dance backward as he follows up with a shield bash that would have rearranged your face if it had connected. "Better," Titus calls out, "but you're still thinking too much. Trust your training. Trust your training." This is one of his most cherished sayings. While it may seem simple to utter, it becomes more challenging to execute when faced with a formidable opponent, even during training sessions. But you know what he means. The hours of repetition, the muscle memory built up through countless drills, it's all designed to work automatically when your conscious mind is busy with other things, like staying alive. The sparring continues for what feels like hours, but is probably only 30 minutes. You and Gaius work through various scenarios, attacks from different angles, combinations of sword and shield work, and defence against multiple opponents. By the end, the sand has managed to find its way into places it shouldn't be, and you're both breathing heavily. Next comes strength training, which in your world means lifting heavy things and carrying them around until your muscles remember who's in charge. There are stone weights, water-filled amphorae, and a particularly unpleasant exercise involving carrying your training partner across the sand while he tries to make your life difficult by refusing to cooperate. It's like moving furniture if furniture were actively trying to make you drop it. The afternoon brings weapons training with different types of equipment. Today it's net and trident work, which requires a completely different skill set from sword and shield. The net is deceptively tricky. It looks simple until you try to throw it with any accuracy while someone is actively trying to avoid being caught. It's like trying to catch a fish with a blanket while the fish is running away from you. The trident is heavy and awkward at first, but there's something satisfying about its reach and power. It's a weapon that demands respect, both from you and from anyone facing it. The 3 prongs make it excellent for defence, and the length gives you options that a shorter weapon doesn't provide. As the day's training winds down, you clean your equipment and store it properly. In the gladiator business, taking care of your gear isn't just good practice, it's a survival strategy. A rusty sword or a cracked shield can turn a manageable fight into a brief career change. Life in the Ludus isn't just about fighting. It's about mastering the complicated social dynamics of a place where everyone's job involves potential violence. But somehow you all have to live together between the violent bits. It's like being in a very specialised boarding school where detention might involve permanent injury. You've learned to read the moods and personalities of your fellow gladiators, the way a sailor reads weather patterns. There's Quintus, who gets moody before fights and has a tendency to pick arguments about nothing. Smart money says to give him extra space when he starts complaining about the food, the weather, or the particular way someone else breathes. Felix goes silent before a match, as if saving his words for a future conversation he may not live to have. The gladiator hierarchy is unspoken but clearly understood by everyone. Veterans like Titus occupy the top tier. They've survived long enough to earn respect, and, more importantly, they've survived long enough to teach others how to survive. Below them are the established fighters who've proven themselves in the arena but haven't yet achieved legendary status. Then there are the newer gladiators, like yourself, who are still figuring out whether this career path was a choice or something that happened to them. At the bottom are the newcomers, the ones who maintain a confused expression, as if they're unsure of their journey to this place. You remember having that look. Everyone does. It usually fades after the first few training sessions, replaced by a more practical expression that says, well, this is happening, so I might as well get good at it. Marcus, the lanista, is a businessman first and a patron of the arts second, if you consider gladiatorial combat an art form. He consistently expresses his thoughts. He expresses his opinions both loudly and frequently. He has opinions about fighting styles the way other people have opinions about wine or poetry. He'll spend 20 minutes explaining why a particular shield technique is aesthetically superior to another, while you stand there thinking about lunch and trying to look interested. But Marcus isn't cruel, just practical. Marcus views his gladiators as an investment that requires maintenance. The food is adequate, the medical care is surprisingly excellent, and he doesn't work anyone to the point of being useless. He's learned that half-dead gladiators put on disappointing shows, and disappointing shows are bad for business. The ludus doctor, a Greek named Demetrius, treats injuries with the efficiency of someone who's seen every possible way the human body can be damaged in combat. He's patched up everything from minor cuts to major sword wounds, and he does it all with the bedside manner of a particularly unsentimental accountant. Don't die is his most common medical advice, delivered in the same tone someone might use to remind you to close a door behind you. Meals serve as communal affairs, combining informal strategy sessions, gossip exchanges, and group therapy. You learn which fighters are struggling with upcoming matches, who's been having nightmares, and whose family sent a letter from home. The conversations flow in a mixture of Latin, Etruscan, and the occasional borrowed phrase from whatever distant province someone originally called home. Today's dinner conversation centres around rumours of a new type of gladiator being trained in Rome. Fighters who specialise in some exotic weapon combination that sounds both impressive and impractical. Everyone has theories about what this development means for the profession, but most of those theories include complaints about young gladiators today and how things were better in the past. In my time, says Cassius, who's been having his time for about 3 years now, gladiators learned proper fundamentals, none of this fancy showmanship. He waves his bread dramatically, as if it were partially responsible for the decline of gladiatorial standards. You listen with half an ear while working on your dinner, which tonight includes what might be chicken, or rabbit, or possibly something else entirely that's been seasoned aggressively enough to make identification unnecessary. The meat is tender, whatever it is, and that's really what matters. After dinner, there's a brief period of spare time before lights out. Some gladiators spend this time writing letters to family. Others practice simple crafts like leatherworking or wood carving. A few gather around whoever has the best voice for storytelling, listening to tales of famous battles, legendary gladiators, or occasionally just funny stories about things that happened in other cities. The summons arrives on a Tuesday, which somehow worsens it. Tuesdays are supposed to be for routine training and equipment maintenance, not for life-altering announcements. But there's Marcus, standing in the courtyard with that particular expression that means someone's about to have their schedule dramatically rearranged. "We have a match," he announces, consulting a wax tablet covered in what looks like notes, written by someone with either terrible handwriting or very shaky hands. Local magistrate is hosting games for his son's coming of age, 3 days from now. You experience that peculiar dropping sensation in your stomach, similar to the feeling of stepping off a cliff in the dark. 3 days. That's enough time to worry about it, but not enough time to do anything productive with the worrying. It's akin to receiving an invitation to a dinner party, only to discover that the guests are plotting your death for amusement. The match details are straightforward enough. You'll be fighting against a gladiator from a rival school in the next town over. The match will involve standard sword and shield combat, with the winner being the first to surrender, or more accurately, the first to lose the ability to surrender. The crowd will be relatively small, maybe 200 people, but that's still 200 people who will be watching you try to stay alive while someone else tries to prevent that from happening. Marcus reads off a few more details. The time of day, afternoon, which is good because the light will be consistent, the expected duration, however long it takes, and the prize money, which will be divided between the school and the gladiator, assuming the gladiator is in a position to spend money afterward. After the announcement, the other gladiators offer the usual mixture of encouragement and practical advice. Remember to keep your shield up, says Lucius, as if you might forget this crucial detail. Don't let him get inside your guard, adds Gaius, which is also helpful in the way that try not to get hit is beneficial. But their concern is genuine, even if their advice is obvious. In the gladiator business, everyone understands that each fight could be someone's last, and that knowledge creates a particular kind of camaraderie. You're all in the same boat, even if you're taking turns rowing while the others bail water. The next 3 days pass in a blur of intensified training and mental preparation. Titus works with you on specific techniques, drilling combinations until they become automatic. Muscle memory, he keeps saying. When your brain is busy trying not to panic, your muscles need to know what to do without instruction. You practice against different opponents, each with their fighting style, trying to prepare for whatever approach your actual opponent might use. Will he be aggressive and try to overwhelm you quickly? Defensive and patient, waiting for you to make a mistake? He may be tricky and unpredictable, varying his tactics to keep you on your toes. There's no way to know until you're actually facing him in the sand. The night before the fight, sleep fluctuates. You think about all the things that could go wrong, then try not to think about them, but that makes you think about them more. It's like trying not to think about elephants. The harder you try, the more elephants show up in your mental landscape. Eventually, you give up on sleep and spend the pre-dawn hours in quiet meditation, going through the fight mentally, visualizing different scenarios and your responses to them. This is another thing Titus taught you. Fight the battle in your head first. Work out the problems when the stakes are imaginary. Dawn arrives with its usual lack of consideration for whether you're ready for it or not. Today is the day. Your breakfast tastes like sand, though that might be because there's actual sand in it. The morning bread sometimes picks up unexpected ingredients from the baker's workspace, or it might be because your mouth is dry with anticipation. You check your equipment one final time. Sword, sharp and balanced. Shield, solid and properly gripped. Armour, fitted and secure. Everything is as ready as it can be. Now it's just a matter of getting yourself to the same state of readiness. The arena is smaller than you expected, but somehow that makes it more intimate and therefore more nerve-wracking. It's like being invited to perform in someone's living room, except the performance involves mortal combat, and the living room is filled with people who've paid to watch you possibly die. The crowd is already gathering as you arrive, and you can hear the buzz of conversation and anticipation. There's something about the sound of a crowd that's both energizing and terrifying, all those voices blending together into a collective murmur of expectation. They're here to see a show, and you're one of the main attractions, whether you feel ready for the spotlight or not. Your opponent is already in the preparation area when you arrive. He's about your height but broader through the shoulders, with the kind of build that suggests he's been doing his job for a while. His equipment looks well maintained and professional, always a bad sign when you're hoping for an easy match. He nods politely when he sees you, which is somehow more unsettling than if he'd tried to intimidate you. Polite opponents are often the most dangerous ones. The preparation ritual helps calm your nerves through its very familiarity. You apply oil to your skin to avoid grappling, conduct a final inspection of your weapons, and make necessary adjustments to your armour. Demetrius, the Ludus doctor, gives you a quick physical examination, checking your joints, your reflexes, and your general state of not yet being injured. Try to stay that way, he advises, which is both helpful and obvious. Marcus appears for a final consultation, offering last-minute strategy advice and reminders about things you've known for months. But his presence is reassuring in the way that having a familiar face around is always reassuring when you're about to do something that might end badly. Remember, he says, the crowd wants a fantastic show, but they also want to see skill. Don't just survive. Demonstrate your training. Make it clear that you belong in there. The waiting is the worst part. You can hear the preliminary events happening in the arena. Animal hunts, minor exhibitions, and warm-up acts that get the crowd interested and ready for the main events. Each cheer from the audience marks another step closer to your turn in the sand. Finally, it's time. The arena official comes to collect you, and you walk through the tunnel that leads from the preparation area to the fighting ground. The tunnel is cool and shadowy, a brief respite before you emerge into the bright sunlight and the noise of the crowd. The arena floor is pristine white sand, raked smooth and ready for action. The afternoon sun casts sharp shadows from the arena walls, creating areas of bright light and relative darkness that you'll need to navigate during the fight. The crowd noise hits you like a physical force as you enter. Cheers, calls, conversations, and the rustling of fabric as people shift in their seats. You and your opponent are introduced to the crowd, though the announcer gets your name slightly wrong in a way that makes you sound like you're from a different province entirely. The crowd doesn't seem to mind. The crowd cheers appropriately, assessing both fighters with the experienced eye of those familiar with such events. The magistrate who's hosting the games makes a brief speech about courage, skill, and the noble tradition of gladiatorial combat. He's clearly enjoying his role as patron of the arts, gesturing broadly and speaking with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from not being the one holding a sword. Then comes the final ritual, the salute to the audience, the acknowledgement of the magistrate, and the formal beginning of the combat. Your opponent raises his sword and shield, and you mirror the gesture. The crowd falls relatively quiet, sensing that the real show is about to begin. The referee, an experienced former gladiator himself, checks that both fighters are ready, examines the weapons one last time, and steps back to the edge of the combat area. "Start!" he shouts, and there's no more waiting, preparing, or worrying. Now there's only what is happening. Your opponent moves first, a cautious advance that tells you he's experienced enough not to rush into anything stupid. Such behaviour is both good news and bad news. Good because you won't have to deal with reckless aggression. Bad because it means he knows what he's doing and plans to do it competently. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, swords ready, each trying to read the other's intentions. The crowd noise fades into background static as your attention narrows to focus on the person trying to hurt you in a professional capacity. His footwork is solid, his guard position textbook perfect. The task is going to require actual effort. He tests your defences with a series of quick attacks, nothing committed, just probing strikes to see how you respond. Your parries are automatic, muscle memory taking over as tight as predicted. Despite the artificial nature of the situation, the familiar weight of the sword and shield, the resistance of blade against blade, and the small adjustments of stance and position all feel natural. The first real exchange happens when he commits to an overhead strike that you deflect with your shield, following up with a thrust that he barely avoids. The crowd responds with appreciative noise. They can tell the difference between tentative testing and actual combat. Your opponent steps back, reassessing, and you take the opportunity to do the same. He's favouring his right side slightly, which might indicate an old injury or just a natural tendency. His shield work is defensive but not passive. He's using it to set up his attacks rather than just blocking yours. This tactical thinking is a result of his experience and training. You try a different approach, varying your attack angles and timing to keep him guessing. You execute a low cut, a high thrust, and a shield bash, compelling him to concede. He responds with a combination that nearly gets through your guard, the tip of his blade passing close enough to your ribs to remind you that the battle isn't a training exercise. The fight develops a rhythm. Advance, attack, defend, reassess, repeat. Both of you are breathing harder now, sweat making your grip slippery despite the leather wrapping on your sword handle. The sand shifts under your feet, creating small challenges in footing that add another layer of complexity to the combat. Minutes pass, though they feel like hours. Now the crowd engages, applauding particularly skillful moves from either fighter. You hear voices giving contradictory and unhelpful advice. Your opponent tries a new strategy, pressing his attack more aggressively, trying to overwhelm your defences through sheer persistence. It's a dangerous game. Aggressive attacks create opportunities for your opponent, but they also create opportunities for you. You weather his initial assault, then counter with a combination that drives him back toward the arena wall. Cornering an opponent is advantageous, but also dangerous. Desperate fighters do unpredictable things, and predictability is one of the few allies you have in this business. He proves the point by attempting a move that's either brilliant or suicidal, a spinning attack that would either take your head off or leave him completely exposed. It turns out to be more suicidal than brilliant. You deftly sidestep the attack, delivering a powerful thrust that pierces his guard and hits his sword arm. It's not enough to disable him, but it's enough to slow him down and signal to both of you that the fight has escalated to a new level of seriousness. He backs away, shaking his arm to restore feeling, and reassesses his situation. You can see him thinking, calculating odds, and considering his options. The crowd can sense the shift in momentum too. Their noise level increases as they anticipate a resolution. But experienced gladiators don't give up easily, and your opponent is nothing if not experienced. He adjusts his grip to compensate for his injured arm, and settles into a more defensive stance, making you come to him, rather than continuing his aggressive approach. The final phase of the fight is a careful dance of patience and opportunity. Your opponent, nursing his injured arm, has become more cautious, but also more dangerous, in the same way that cornered animals become more dangerous. He now has nothing to lose, which makes him unpredictable in precisely the way you were hoping to avoid. You press your advantage carefully, not wanting to rush into a trap, but also not wanting to let him recover fully. The crowd senses the approaching climax, and their voices rise accordingly. Someone is shouting what sounds like betting odds, though the numbers are changing faster than you can follow. Your opponent tries one more aggressive combination, putting everything into a series of attacks that would either finish the fight quickly or leave him completely exposed. It's a calculated risk that almost pays off. His first strike gets through your guard and scores a shallow cut across your ribs, drawing blood and reminding you that the fight isn't over until it's over. However, his follow-up attack lags slightly, as his injured arm fails to respond as expected. You parry his thrust and counter with a move Titus drilled into you so many times you could do it while sleeping. A shield bash to create distance, followed immediately by a thrust that gets past his guard and finds the gap between his armour plates. The point of your sword comes to rest against his chest, just above his heart. It's not profound enough to inflict significant harm, yet your placement is accurate enough to indicate that his next move could prove lethal if he persists in fighting. For a moment, everything stops. The crowd noise fades to near silence as everyone waits to see what happens next. Your opponent looks down at the sword point, then backs up to your eyes and makes his decision. "I yield," he says, loud enough for the referee and the crowd to hear clearly. The crowd cheers for your win and the fight's quality. This is what they came to see. Skill, courage, and a contest decided by ability rather than luck or accident. You step back and lower your sword, acknowledging your opponent's surrender with the respect due to someone who fought well and honourably. The magistrate rises from his seat and renders the official decision, though it was never really in doubt once the yield was declared. The crowd continues to cheer as you and your opponent salute each other in the audience, the formal conclusion to the formal combat. Back in the preparation area, Demetrius examines your cut and declares it superficial enough to heal without complications. Your opponent, whose name you finally learn is Servius, turns out to be a decent person who's been doing his job for about as long as you have. You share a cup of wine and compare notes about fighting techniques, training methods, and the particular challenges of making a living through combat sports. "Good fight," he says, and means it. That last combination was well executed. Your instructor knows his business. You agree, thinking of Titus and his endless drilling of fundamental techniques. "Muscle memory," you say, echoing his favourite phrase. When your brain gets busy, your muscles need to know what to do. The ride back to the Ludus is quiet and comfortable. Marcus is pleased with your performance, not just the victory, but the way you achieved it. "Good technique, good sportsmanship, good entertainment value," he summarises. The magistrate was impressed. The experience could lead to more opportunities. More opportunities. In your business, that's both positive news and something to think carefully about. More opportunities mean more prize money and more recognition, but they also mean more chances for things to go wrong in permanent ways. But that's a concern for tomorrow. Tonight you're back in your familiar cell, with your familiar thin mattress and your familiar view of the stone wall. Your equipment is cleaned and stored, your small wound is bandaged and healing, and you're alive and relatively intact. You fall asleep to the sound of Gaius snoring, and the distant murmur of your fellow gladiators discussing the day's events. Tomorrow will bring more training, more preparation, and eventually more fights. But tonight, you're simply a person who went to work, did their job competently, and came home safely. In the gladiator business, that's the pinnacle of success. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9. Determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home, Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skill showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale, was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticised, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognised Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, the Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he figured out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. Perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests, the remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling, Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a Teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3227, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did your movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. Catherine of Aragon's birth coincided with the emergence of the modern world. Catherine of Aragon was born on December 16th, 1485, at the Archbishop's Palace in Alcalá de Henares near Madrid, during a time when the medieval era was slowly giving way to what we now call the Renaissance. Her parents, Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, had united their kingdoms and were in the midst of completing the Reconquista, which would culminate with the fall of Granada in 1492. Catherine's early years were marked not by coddling, but by immersion in one of Europe's most dynamic courts. While most historical accounts focus on her later marriage to Henry VIII, Catherine's formative years in Spain reveal a woman groomed for far more than matrimony. Her mother, Isabella, ensured Catherine received an education that surpassed what most royal daughters could expect. The tutelage of Alessandro Geraldini and the humanist Antonio Geraldini gave her fluency in multiple languages, including Spanish, Latin, French, and Greek. She studied canon and civil law, genealogy, heraldry, and history, subjects typically reserved for male heirs. Catherine's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of her parents' military campaigns against the Moorish kingdom of Granada. Rather than shielding their children from state affairs, Isabella and Ferdinand brought them along. At age 6, Catherine found herself in the military encampment at Santa Fe outside Granada, watching as the last Muslim ruler in Spain surrendered to her parents. The same year, a Genoese explorer named Christopher Columbus secured funding from her parents for a westward expedition that would forever change world history. What distinguished Catherine's upbringing from that of other royal daughters was her mother's insistence that she understand the mechanics of governance. Isabella of Castile was no ornamental queen, but ruled in her own right. Under her example, Catherine observed council meetings, diplomatic receptions, and looked into the delicate dance of statecraft. her mother's confessor, the reforming Cardinal Jimenez de Cisneros, instilled in her a devout but intellectually rigorous Catholicism that emphasised personal piety alongside institutional reform. By age 15, Catherine had absorbed more practical knowledge of rulership than most royal sons twice her age. Yet the Spanish court that shaped her remained largely invisible in later English accounts, which preferred to cast her as a passive victim of Henry VIII's marital machinations rather than acknowledge the sophisticated political actor who arrived on English shores. When Catherine sailed from Spain in 1501, she brought with her not just a trousseau and dowry, but a distinctly Iberian worldview. Her household included 50 Spanish attendants, including her lady-in-waiting, Doña Elvira Manuel, who would serve as both companion and cultural bridge. These Spaniards brought with them customs and practices that would seem alien to English courtiers, different standards of personal hygiene, so Spaniards bathed more frequently than the English, different dining habits, and different musical traditions. The journey itself, frequently reduced to a footnote in historical accounts, proved harrowing. Records from her fleet commander, Admiral Don Pedro de Ayala, reveal that Catherine's ship nearly sank in a ferocious Bay of Biscay storm. For 3 days, the princess remained in her cabin praying while waves threatened to overturn the vessel. When land was finally sighted, Catherine insisted on recording her impressions of her new country. Her letters home described the English countryside as verdant but melancholy, and noted the curious custom of commoners approaching the royal party to present petitions directly, something unthinkable in the more rigid Spanish court hierarchy. What awaited her in England was not her future husband, Henry, but his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, a slender 15-year-old whose frail health stood in stark contrast to Catherine's robust constitution. Their first meeting at Dogmersfield in Hampshire became legendary for Catherine's insistence on Spanish protocol despite English objections. When the Earl of Surrey demanded to see her face before she proceeded to London, Catherine refused, maintaining that only her betrothed would first glimpse her uncovered countenance, a stance that revealed both her adherence to Spanish custom and her early determination to assert herself in an unfamiliar land. The death of Arthur, Prince of Wales, in April of 1502 at Ludlow Castle, transformed Catherine of Aragon's trajectory in ways that conventional narratives often simplify. The 17-year-old widow faced not just grief but a political quagmire that would shape the next 7 years of her life. While history has primarily cast these as years of passive waiting, Catherine's correspondence reveals a young woman actively navigating the treacherous waters of international diplomacy. Arthur's death threw Catherine into what historians have called diplomatic purgatory. She was neither fully English nor free to return to Spain. Her father-in-law, Henry VII, refused to return her substantial dowry, 200,000 crowns, an enormous sum that would equal millions in today's currency. Meanwhile, her father, Ferdinand, was equally reluctant to fund her return home without the dowry. Catherine found herself essentially stranded in a foreign country whose language she was still mastering. During these limbo years, Catherine resided primarily at Durham House in London, where her income was progressively reduced by Henry VII's parsimony. By 1505, her situation had deteriorated to such an extent that she wrote to her father, "I am in debt in London. I am struggling to find a way out." Court records show that she was forced to pawn personal items, including gold vessels from her table service, to pay her servants' wages. While traditional accounts paint the aftermath as a period of powerless victimhood, Catherine's letters reveal sophisticated financial strategizing as she managed to maintain a household of 30 servants despite these constraints. What's rarely discussed is that Catherine's widow years coincided with the most tumultuous period in Castilian politics since her mother's accession. When Isabella of Castile died in 1504, the kingdom descended into factional struggle between Catherine's father, Ferdinand, and her brother-in-law Philip of Burgundy, husband to her sister Joanna. Catherine found herself in the uncomfortable position of an ambassadorial hostage, with Henry VII threatening to switch matrimonial alliances to the Burgundian faction if Ferdinand didn't meet his increasingly demanding terms. These years also witnessed Catherine's transformation from sheltered infanta to hardened political operator. She essentially functioned as Spain's unofficial ambassador to England, sending coded intelligence reports to her father, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of dutiful deference to Henry VII. Court records show that she cultivated relationships with key English nobles, particularly the Howard and Stafford families. building a network that would later prove invaluable during her queenship. Most accounts overlook Catherine's intellectual development during this period. Inventories of her possessions show she acquired over 40 books between 1502 and 1509, including works by Erasmus and Thomas More. Her correspondence with the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives suggests she was engaged with the latest currents in Renaissance thought. Far from languishing in isolated misery, Catherine was participating in the intellectual ferment that would later characterise the early Tudor court. People have similarly misrepresented her religious life during these years. While Catherine's piety is well documented, it has often been caricatured as rigid and medieval. In reality, her spiritual practice aligned with the Devotio Moderna movement sweeping Europe, which emphasised personal, interior devotion over elaborate external rituals. Her confessor, the observant Franciscan Alessandro Barclay, introduced her to contemplative prayer practices that would later influence English spiritual writing. Catherine's relationship with the young Prince Henry, later Henry VIII, during this period deserves re-examination. Court records indicate regular contact between them, including shared musical performances and participation in court festivities. The future king, 6 years her junior, appears to have genuinely enjoyed Catherine's company, particularly her knowledge of Spanish literature and her skill at the virginals, a keyboard instrument she had mastered. When court chronicler Edward Hall later wrote that Henry had cast eyes of affection on Catherine before their marriage, he was likely recording more than propaganda. By 1507, Catherine had become adept at managing not just her reduced circumstances, but the complex diplomatic machinations swirling around her. When Henry VII attempted to create a pretext for breaking the betrothal by demanding Catherine confess whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, she outmanoeuvred him with a carefully worded response that satisfied Spanish honour, while preserving the possibility of marriage to the younger Henry. When Henry VIII ascended the throne in April of 1509, one of his first acts was to marry Catherine of Aragon, a decision that historical accounts have variously attributed to youthful infatuation, political expediency, or simple duty. However, contemporary sources reveal a more nuanced reality. The 18-year-old King's Council was initially divided on the match, with some favouring a French alliance instead. Henry's decision to marry Catherine represented his first significant assertion of royal will against advisory opinion, a pattern that would characterise his reign. Catherine's transformation from marginalised widow to queen consort was swift and deliberate. Their joint coronation on June 24th, 1509, broke with tradition by according Catherine equal ceremonial prominence with Henry. She insisted on wearing her hair loose, a Spanish symbol of virginity, to publicly emphasise that her first marriage was unconsummated. Londoners, treated to pageants portraying Dame Catherine as the embodiment of truth triumphing over adversity, understood the symbolism. The early years of Catherine's queenship reveal a woman whose political influence extended far beyond conventional narratives that focus exclusively on her reproductive struggles. As early as 1510, diplomatic correspondence shows Catherine serving as an informal member of the King's Council, particularly on matters relating to Spanish and imperial relations. The Venetian ambassador reported with surprise that the Queen attends all council meetings and exerts considerable influence. Perhaps Catherine's most overlooked contribution to Tudor governance came in 1513, when Henry appointed her Governor of the Realm and Captain General of the Armed Forces during his absence in France. This regency granted Catherine powers that went beyond ceremonial authority. She could sign documents with the king's authority, issue proclamations, and even raise armies. When James IV of Scotland invaded while Henry was abroad, Catherine organised the English defence with remarkable efficiency. She commissioned ships, ordered troop movements, and sent a stirring letter to the Earl of Surrey before he defeated and killed the Scottish king at Flodden Field. After the victory, Catherine sent James's bloodied coat to Henry in France as a battle trophy, writing with martial pride that she would have sent the king's body too, but English soil would not bear a traitor's burial. This action, rarely emphasised in popular accounts, demonstrates Catherine's embrace of Tudor political culture and her evolution from Spanish infanta to English queen. Catherine's domestic policy during her regency revealed priorities that would shape her later patronage. She issued orders relaxing enforcement of sumptuary laws that disproportionately punished working-class women for dressing above their station. Court records indicate she personally intervened in at least 14 cases where women faced prosecution under these statutes. arguing that female industry shouldn't be penalised by archaic restrictions. Her intellectual patronage has been similarly underappreciated. While Henry VIII is remembered for his sporadic support of humanism, Catherine maintained more consistent relationships with leading scholars. She commissioned translations of devotional texts from Spanish into English, supported Richard Hurdy's arguments for women's education, and maintained correspondence with Erasmus, who dedicated his commentary on the Gospel of Matthew to her. When Juan Luis Vives published The Education of a Christian Woman in 1523, he acknowledged Catherine's influence on his thinking about female intellectual capacity. Catherine's queenly authority extended to cultural diplomacy as well. She introduced Spanish theatrical traditions to the English court, particularly the morality plays known as autos sacramentals. Court records document her commissioning performances that blended English and Spanish performance styles, creating hybridized entertainments that historian Sidney Anglo has termed the first truly cosmopolitan court culture in English history. Even her religious patronage defies simple characterization. While Catherine's Catholicism was sincere, she advocated for church reforms that aligned with humanist critiques. She supported Cardinal Wolsey's suppression of corrupt monasteries nearly 2 decades before Henry's more famous dissolution. Edward Lee, the reformist scholar who served as her personal chaplain, delivered sermons that criticized clerical abuses while upholding orthodox doctrine, a delicate balance that mirrors Catherine's own complex religious beliefs. By 1525, before the divorce crisis erupted, Catherine had constructed a queenly identity that skillfully balanced her Spanish heritage with her adopted English role. She wore English fashions but maintained Spanish eating habits. She spoke English fluently but continued to write personal devotions in Spanish. She honoured English Sacerdotal saints while introducing Spanish religious customs like the 40-hour devotion. This cultural hybridity made her popular with both courtiers and commoners, who affectionately called her Queen Caterina, in a blend of her Spanish name and English title. The unravelling of Catherine's marriage to Henry VIII, who was euphemistically called the King's Great Matter, has traditionally been presented as a contest between an increasingly desperate king and a stubbornly principled queen. This narrative, while not entirely false, obscures the sophisticated legal battle Catherine waged to defend her position. Far from being a passive victim of Henry's machinations, Catherine mounted a defence that utilised every legal and diplomatic weapon at her disposal. When Henry first raised doubts about their marriage in 1527, citing Leviticus 20:21 as evidence that he had sinned by marrying his brother's widow, Catherine responded not with mere emotional appeals, but with precise canonical arguments. Her initial legal position rested on 3 points: that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that Pope Julius II's dispensation had specifically addressed and overridden any impediment, and that the passage in Leviticus was contradicted by the levirate principle in Deuteronomy 25, which actually commanded a man to marry his brother's widow. Document evidence from Spanish archives reveals that Catherine personally drafted many of the legal arguments her representatives would later present. Her annotated copy of the decretals, papal legal pronouncements, shows her meticulous research into precedent cases. She identified 13 prior instances where papal dispensations for affinity had been granted and never subsequently revoked, creating a legal pattern that strengthened her case. Catherine's legal team, assembled through her personal connections rather than royal resources, represented an impressive coalition of canonical expertise. While Henry retained the services of Cardinal Wolsey and later Thomas Cranmer, Catherine secured representation from William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and, most importantly, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, whose treatise defending the validity of her marriage became the definitive opposition text. The Blackfriars trial of 1529 provided Catherine with her most dramatic moment of resistance. Her famous speech before the Legatine court, "I call God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble, and obedient wife," has been celebrated for its emotional power. Less recognised is its legal cunning. By appealing directly to Rome before the court could render judgment, Catherine executed a sophisticated canonical manoeuvre called exceptio spolii, which argued that she couldn't receive fair judgment while deprived of her rights as queen. This legal tactic effectively suspended the English proceedings. Catherine's appeal to Rome wasn't merely procedural obstruction, but reflected her understanding that the case would receive a more favourable hearing there. She maintained a network of informants throughout Europe who provided intelligence about papal politics. When imperial forces sacked Rome in 1527, placing Pope Clement VII under the influence of her nephew Emperor Charles V, Catherine strategically intensified her appeals to Rome, understanding that geopolitical circumstances now favoured her position. Even as Henry isolated Catherine physically, moving her from palace to palace with ever-decreasing household staff, she maintained communications with supporters through an underground network. Royal account books reveal the king's frustration at discovering Catherine had smuggled letters to imperial ambassadors via servants disguised as vegetable sellers. One particularly effective channel involved Catherine's Spanish ladies-in-waiting, who would carry messages braided into their hair when visiting London markets. When Henry separated from Catherine and banned her from court in 1531, she had effectively transitioned from being the queen consort to the opposition leader. From her reduced household at the Moor in Hertfordshire, she continued directing legal resistance through coded correspondence. She instructed her representatives in Rome to challenge every procedural motion, effectively creating years of delays that prevented Henry from legally remarrying while she lived. Catherine's strategic acumen extended to public relations. Understanding the power of popular sentiment, she deliberately appeared before crowds when travelling between her various places of confinement, dressed plainly but with the royal arms prominently displayed. Contemporary accounts describe commoners lining roads to cheer the true queen, demonstrations that so concerned Henry that he eventually confined her to increasingly remote locations. What's rarely acknowledged is how Catherine's resistance provided the legal template that later English Catholics would use to challenge Henry's religious policies. Her insistence on the supremacy of papal authority over the king in matters of marriage created precedents that evolved into broader arguments against royal supremacy. The network of supporters she cultivated, particularly among university scholars and clergy, formed the nucleus of what would become recusant resistance during Elizabeth's reign. Perhaps most remarkable was Catherine's maintenance of dual loyalties throughout the dispute. While adamantly defending her position as England's rightful queen, she refused multiple opportunities to escape to imperial territories, or to authorise her nephew Charles V to invade England on her behalf. When Charles's ambassadors suggested military intervention in 1532, Catherine reportedly responded, "I will not be the cause of war in Christendom, nor against the country that is now my own." Catherine of Aragon's diplomatic significance has been consistently undervalued in historical assessments that focus primarily on her domestic role. In reality, she served as the linchpin of Anglo-Spanish relations for nearly 3 decades, wielding influence that extended far beyond ceremonial functions. Her diplomatic career commenced prior to her queenship, as her father, Ferdinand, utilised her as a living pawn on the European diplomatic arena. From her arrival in England, Catherine maintained what we would now call a parallel diplomatic channel alongside official ambassadors. Her personal correspondence with her father, Ferdinand, and later her nephew, Emperor Charles V, provided intelligence that official dispatches often lacked. The Spanish ambassador, Rodrigo de Puebla, frequently complained that Catherine had more accurate information about English court politics than he did. Writing to Ferdinand in 1505, "The princess knows more of the king's mind in 1 hour than I learn in a month of careful observation." During Henry VIII's early reign, Catherine functioned as the architect of the Anglo-Spanish alliance that defined English foreign policy until the divorce crisis. The Treaty of Westminster, 1511, which formalised England's entry into the Holy League against France, bore Catherine's diplomatic fingerprints throughout. Spanish archives contain her draft suggestions for the treaty terms, many of which appeared verbatim in the final document. This hands-on approach to treaty formation went well beyond the conventional role of a consort. Catherine's influence extended beyond Spanish relations. She maintained regular correspondence with her sister Joanna in Castile, her nephew Charles in the Low Countries, and her niece Isabella in Denmark, creating a familial intelligence network spanning Europe. When Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, needed to communicate sensitive information to England without alerting French spies, she often routed messages through Catherine rather than formal diplomatic channels. The Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 is typically presented as a watershed in Anglo-French relations, marking the legendary summit between Henry VIII and Francis I of France. Less discussed is Catherine's behind-the-scenes diplomatic counterweight. While publicly supporting the French rapprochement, she simultaneously strengthened ties with Charles V, hosting his ambassadors for private audiences, where she emphasised England's continuing commitment to imperial friendship. This dual-track diplomacy allowed England to maximise its negotiating position between Europe's two dominant powers. Catherine's diplomatic value became evident in 1522, when Charles V visited England for 6 weeks, an unprecedented diplomatic coup. Court records reveal Catherine's personal management of the visit's logistics, from menu planning that accommodated Spanish tastes to entertainment that subtly emphasised Anglo-imperial commonalities. During political discussions, Catherine often served as a cultural interpreter, explaining English customs to her nephew and contextualising English positions for Henry. The resulting Treaty of Windsor, highly favourable to English interests, was widely attributed to Catherine's skillful mediation. The Queen's diplomatic relevance wasn't limited to European affairs. Catherine took particular interest in the nascent transatlantic explorations, likely influenced by her mother's sponsorship of Columbus. Documents in the Spanish archives show she personally intervened to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in Spain's American territories. In 1529, she wrote to officials in Hispaniola, warning against the mistreatment of native inhabitants and endorsing the humanitarian arguments of Bartolomé de las Casas. This early advocacy for indigenous rights represents an underappreciated aspect of her international influence. Catherine's approach to international relations was characterised by what diplomat Eustace Chapuys called her long view of dynastic interests. Unlike Henry, whose foreign policy often responded to immediate opportunities or slights, Catherine consistently advocated for policies that supported long-term strategic interests. She opposed popular but wasteful French instead. They encouraged commercial treaties that would strengthen English trade. When the Protestant Reformation began fracturing European politics, Catherine advised Henry to position England as a potential mediator rather than an entrenched partisan. Even during the divorce proceedings, Catherine maintained her diplomatic engagement, transforming her personal predicament into an international issue. Through carefully timed appeals to Rome and the imperial court, she ensured that Henry couldn't resolve the matter as a domestic concern. Her letter to Charles V in 1531, recently discovered in the Simancas archives, reveals a sophisticated understanding of European power dynamics. She advised her nephew to pressure the Pope through diplomatic rather than military means, arguing that the Holy Father responds better to gentle persuasion than to threats. In her final days at Kimbolton Castle in 1536, Catherine executed a crucial diplomatic manoeuvre. Understanding that her death would reshape Anglo-imperial relations, she dictated letters to both Henry and Charles V that emphasised reconciliation rather than recrimination. To Henry, she reaffirmed her love despite their differences. To Charles, she explicitly requested he maintain peaceful relations with England. This final diplomatic act reflected her lifelong balancing of loyalties to her native and adopted countries. Perhaps the clearest evidence of Catherine's diplomatic significance came after her death, when Anglo-imperial relations rapidly deteriorated without her moderating influence. Within months, Henry faced increasing hostility from Charles V, culminating in an imperial-papal alliance that threatened England with invasion. The diplomatic architecture Catherine had maintained for decades collapsed in her absence, revealing how central she had been to England's international standing. Catherine of Aragon's cultural patronage established patterns that would define the Tudor Renaissance long after her death. Yet this aspect of her legacy remains curiously underexplored. Unlike the spectacular but sporadic patronage of Henry VIII, Catherine's cultural investments were systematic and transformative, particularly in education, literature, and the textile arts. Her vision helped shift English court culture from its medieval foundations toward Renaissance humanism. Education stood at the centre of Catherine's patronage strategy. In 1523, she established the Queen's Scholarships at St John's College, Cambridge, which specifically funded students focusing on Greek and Latin classics. University records indicate that 27 scholars benefited from these grants during Catherine's lifetime, including Robert Pember, who later became a leading translator of classical texts. Unlike most contemporary patronage, Catherine's educational funding carried the unusual stipulation that recipients commit to teaching for at least 5 years after completing their studies, creating a multiplier effect for humanist learning. Catherine's commissioning of translations significantly expanded the range of texts available in English. Court payment records document her sponsorship of at least 14 translation projects, including the first English versions of Seneca's moral essays and portions of Plutarch's Lives. Her most significant literary commission came in 1516, when she engaged Juan Luis Vives to write De Institutione Feminae Christianae, on the education of a Christian woman, which argued for women's intellectual capabilities at a time when female education remained controversial. Catherine ensured the work was quickly translated into English and distributed to noble households with daughters. The education of her daughter Mary reflected Catherine's pedagogical principles. She recruited humanist scholars like Thomas Linacre and Richard Pace as tutors, developing a curriculum that mirrored those of male heirs. Mary's education included not just traditional female accomplishments, but also Greek, Latin, astronomy, architecture, and governance, subjects typically reserved for male education. This educational program became influential beyond the royal family. Inventories from noble households show increased acquisition of classical texts for daughters after Catherine established this precedent. Catherine's textile patronage transformed English decorative arts. Spanish embroidery techniques, particularly blackwork, black silk on the white linen, sometimes called Spanish work, gained prominence through Catherine's workshop. Her household accounts show she employed over 20 professional embroiderers at its peak, producing works that combined Spanish techniques with English motifs. Surviving examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum demonstrate this distinctive hybrid style, which remained influential in English decorative arts for generations. Liturgical arts received particular attention in Catherine's patronage portfolio. She commissioned illuminated manuscripts from both Spanish and English workshops, creating opportunities for cross-cultural artistic exchange. The Catherine of Aragon prayer book, now in the British Library, exemplifies this fusion, with Spanish-influenced illumination techniques applied to English devotional texts. Catherine also commissioned altar furnishings that introduced Spanish liturgical aesthetics to English churches, including embroidered antependiere altar frontals that incorporated pomegranate motifs, her personal emblem, into traditional English church decoration. Musical funding revealed Catherine's cosmopolitan tastes. She introduced Spanish musicians to the English court, including the composer Juan de Anchieta, whose compositions familiarized English audiences with the unique polyphonic traditions of Iberian sacred music. Court records document her commissioning of motets that blended English and Spanish musical elements. Thomas Tallis, who would later become England's preeminent composer, received his first royal appointment in Catherine's household chapel, where he was exposed to this international musical environment. Subsequent rebuilding has largely erased Catherine's architectural patronage, but account books reveal significant projects. She redesigned the Queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace to include a Spanish-style inner courtyard with a fountain, creating spaces for humanist conversation modelled on Iberian precedents. At Richmond Palace, she commissioned a library specifically designed to house her growing collection of classical and humanist texts, with innovative features like reading desks with adjustable angles, a design later copied in other noble libraries. Perhaps most significant was Catherine's patronage of female artists and intellectuals. Court records show she employed women in traditionally male artistic roles, including Anne Brown as court painter and Margaret Bryan as astronomical instrument maker. These appointments created rare professional opportunities for talented women and established precedents for female intellectual achievement. When Catherine established her daughter Mary's household at Ludlow Castle in 1525, she deliberately recruited educated women as attendants, creating what historian Maria Dowling has called the first female humanist circle in England. Catherine's cultural patronage established a distinctively English Renaissance identity that outlived her personal downfall. The educational institutions she funded continued producing scholars long after her death. The artistic styles she introduced became naturalised as traditional English forms. Even her architectural innovations influenced subsequent royal building projects. When Elizabeth I later positioned herself as a Renaissance monarch, she drew upon cultural foundations that her mother's rival had established. Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle on January 7, 1536, officially downgrading her to Princess Dowager, despite her insistence on her royal title until the end. Traditional narratives often conclude her story here, presenting her as a tragic figure whose significance waned after Anne Boleyn's ascension. This interpretation fundamentally misunderstands Catherine's enduring influence on Tudor England and beyond. Her legacy operated through multiple channels, some obvious and others more subtle, shaping English history long after her physical presence had ended. The most immediate aspect of Catherine's legacy manifested in popular resistance to Henry's religious policies. Her steadfast defence of papal authority provided both intellectual framework and emotional inspiration for those opposing the nascent English Reformation. The Pilgrimage of Grace, the largest uprising of Henry's reign, explicitly invoked Catherine's cause among its grievances. Northern rebels carried banners depicting her royal arms alongside traditional religious images, symbolically linking loyalty to Rome with loyalty to the displaced queen. Catherine's influence persisted through networks of scholars and clerics she had patronised. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and her most prominent defender, became a martyr for rejecting royal supremacy. Less-known figures like Nicholas Wilson and Richard Featherstone, both former chaplains in Catherine's household, joined the ranks of religious exiles who maintained opposition from continental havens. These Catherinian loyalists, as historian Eamon Duffy termed them, preserved alternative visions of English Catholicism that would influence later recusant communities. Through her daughter Mary, Catherine's political and religious values gained renewed expression during Mary's brief reign, 1553 to 1558. Mary's restoration of Catholicism represented not just personal conviction, but conscious continuation of her mother's stance. Royal proclamations during Mary's reign frequently referenced the virtuous example of our most noble mother, explicitly connecting government policies to Catherine's principles. Mary's efforts to restore diplomatic relations with Spain similarly reflected Catherine's lifelong commitment to an Anglo-Spanish alliance. Catherine's educational philosophy proved remarkably durable. The curriculum she developed for Princess Mary, emphasising classical languages, history, and governance alongside religious instruction, became influential in noble female education. Household accounts from families like the Howards, Percys, and Seymours show daughters receiving increasingly substantial educations modelled on Catherinian principles. By Elizabeth's reign, a generation of noble women had benefited from this educational transformation, creating what scholar Lisa Jardine called a female intellectual elite unprecedented in English history. The legal arguments Catherine mounted in her defence established precedents that resonated far beyond her personal case. Her insistence that valid marriages could not be retroactively invalidated by royal decree established important protections for aristocratic marriages, and by extension, aristocratic property settlements. When Elizabeth I faced parliamentary pressure to clarify the succession in the 1560s, her resistance partly reflected awareness that questioning her parents' marriage would reopen the controversial legal principles Catherine had fought to uphold. Catherine's diplomatic legacy operated in complex ways. While Anglo-Spanish relations deteriorated after her death, the diplomatic networks she had cultivated provided channels for continued communication even during periods of official hostility. Spanish diplomats used contacts they had made in Catherine's home to stay in touch with English Catholics during Edward VI's rule. These unofficial channels proved crucial during Mary's accession crisis in 1553, when Spanish diplomatic support, arranged through Catherine's former ladies-in-waiting, helped secure Mary's throne. In cultural terms, Catherine's influence remained visible for generations. The distinctive blackwork embroidery she introduced remained fashionable throughout the 16th century, with Elizabeth I herself wearing garments decorated in this Spanish work, despite her political opposition to Spain. Architectural elements Catherine had introduced, particularly the enclosed private garden and the humanist study, became standard features in elite English homes. Even her innovations in court ceremony, like the Spanish-influenced reverence that replaced the medieval nebo, persisted as elements of English court protocol. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine established enduring principles of queenship that influenced subsequent royal women. Her example demonstrated that queens could exercise substantial political authority while maintaining popular affection. She proved that consorts could serve as effective diplomatic agents and cultural patrons. Even in adversity, she established that queens possessed distinct rights that could not be arbitrarily revoked. Elizabeth I, despite her complicated relationship with Catherine's memory, adopted many aspects of Catherine's queenly performance, particularly her careful balance of foreign and domestic identities. The culmination of Catherine's legacy arrived with the accession of James I in 1603, which reunited the English and Scottish crowns and restored peaceful relations with Spain. The 1604 Treaty of London, ending nearly 2 decades of Anglo-Spanish conflict, explicitly referenced Catherine's earlier diplomatic work as a model for renewed friendship. When Philip III's ambassador presented James with Catherine's portrait as the diplomatic gift, he symbolically acknowledged what historians have often overlooked, that Catherine of Aragon's vision of England's place in Europe had ultimately prevailed. Catherine's story extended far beyond the divorce crisis that dominates popular perceptions. She was not merely Henry VIII's discarded first wife, but a consequential historical figure whose influence shaped Tudor England in profound and lasting ways. Her legacy encompassed religious principles, educational innovations, diplomatic relationships, legal precedents, and cultural transformations that continued influencing English society long after her death. The true measure of Catherine's historical significance lies not in the marriage that ended, but in the many ways her life's work continued shaping the nation she had adopted as her own. In the cool dawn of February 12, 1809, a boy was born in a small one-room log cabin in Hardin County, Kentucky, an area now known as LaRue County. His name was Abraham Lincoln, a name that would one day become synonymous with perseverance, justice, and the struggle to unite a divided nation. But on that day, he was simply the son of Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks Lincoln, a humble family living in the rugged wilderness. Abraham's childhood was one of simplicity, hardship, and constant toil. His father, Thomas, was a hard-working farmer and carpenter who taught Abraham the value of labour and self-sufficiency. His mother, Nancy, was gentle and kind, instilling in young Abraham a sense of compassion and morality. The wilderness around them was vast and unyielding, a place where survival depended on resilience, resourcefulness, and community. The family lived in a small log cabin, its rough-hewn walls providing shelter from the harsh winters and sweltering summers of the Kentucky frontier. Inside, the fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warmth a comfort against the chill that seeped through the cracks in the wood. Abraham, with his lanky frame and curious mind, spent his days helping his father with the heavy tasks of clearing land, chopping wood, and planting crops. Though life was demanding, young Abraham had an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In a world where formal schooling was scarce, he read whatever books he could find. By the light of a flickering candle or the warm glow of the hearth, he pored over the few volumes available to him. The Bible, Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, and Pilgrim's Progress. Words became his refuge, a gateway to worlds beyond the rough frontier. He absorbed stories, ideas, and knowledge, shaping a mind that would one day influence the course of a nation. Tragedy struck when Abraham was just 9 years old. His mother, Nancy, fell ill with milk sickness, a deadly disease caused by drinking the milk of cows that had grazed on poisonous plants. Her passing left a void in the young boy's heart, a loss that would shape his empathy and understanding of human suffering. In the quiet days after her death, Abraham and his sister Sarah clung to each other for comfort, their bond deepened by shared grief. His father remarried a kind and supportive woman named Sarah Bush Johnston. She brought stability to the household and encouraged Abraham's love of learning. She saw in him a boy who was different, thoughtful, driven, and destined for something greater. As the years passed, the family moved to Indiana and later to Illinois. The wilderness was ever present, but Abraham's dreams extended beyond the horizon. His hands, calloused from hard labour, would one day hold the weight of leadership. His mind, sharpened by books and introspection, would one day navigate the complexities of a fractured nation. In his early adulthood, Abraham worked a series of jobs. He was a rail splitter, a store clerk, a postmaster, and a surveyor. Each experience taught him something new about people, work, and society. His natural wit, humour, and storytelling ability made him beloved among his peers. But beneath his easygoing demeanour was a man driven by a desire to understand the world and make it better. At the age of 21, Abraham began to study law. His mind was meticulous, his sense of justice unwavering. He read legal texts tirelessly, often walking miles to borrow books. He passed the bar exam and began practicing law, gaining a reputation for honesty and integrity. His clients trusted him, knowing that he would fight for them with the same determination that had carried him through his own hardships. Lincoln's political career began humbly. He served in the Illinois state legislature and later in the U.S. House of Representatives. He was not born into power or privilege, but his commitment to fairness, equality, and justice earned him respect. He spoke out against the expansion of slavery, believing deeply in the principles of liberty and human dignity. In 1860, at the age of 51, Abraham Lincoln was elected as the 16th President of the United States. The nation he inherited was teetering on the edge of collapse. The deep divide between the North and the South over the issue of slavery had reached a boiling point. Just months after his election, the southern states began to secede, and the shadow of civil war loomed large over the country. Lincoln faced this monumental crisis with steadfast resolve. He believed that the Union must be preserved, that the ideals of freedom and equality enshrined in the Declaration of Independence must not be lost. His speeches, delivered in his calm and measured voice, sought to heal the nation's wounds even as war erupted. The years of the Civil War were grueling. Battlefields were filled with the smoke of cannon fire, and the land was stained with the sacrifice of thousands. Lincoln carried the weight of every decision, knowing that the fate of a nation rested upon his shoulders. The lines on his face deepened, his eyes often heavy with the burden of loss. But through it all he remained resolute, driven by a belief in justice, unity, and the hope that a better world could emerge from the chaos. In 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that all slaves in the Confederate States were to be freed. It was a bold, transformative act that reshaped the purpose of the war and solidified his legacy as a champion of freedom. On April 9, 1865, the Civil War came to an end. The nation was weary, but there was hope that healing could begin. Yet Lincoln's story was to end abruptly. Just 5 days after the war's conclusion, on April 14, 1865, he was assassinated while attending a play at Ford's Theatre in Washington, D.C. His life, a journey from a log cabin to the highest office in the land, had come to a tragic end. Yet his legacy endured. The principles he fought for, freedom, unity, equality, would guide the nation forward. His words, his actions, and his unwavering commitment to justice left an indelible mark on history. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of Abraham Lincoln settle gently into your mind. His life was a testament to resilience, to the belief that, even in the darkest times, hope, compassion, and perseverance can light the way forward. As you drift further into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the legacy of Abraham Lincoln settle, like a comforting blanket over your thoughts. His journey from the rugged frontier to the hallowed halls of the White House is a reminder of the strength and resilience that lives within us all. His life teaches us that even in times of struggle, compassion, and perseverance can lead to hope, unity, and transformation. Picture the quiet landscape of the American frontier, the wide open plains stretching endlessly beneath a star-filled sky. The air is crisp and cool, and the soft breeze carries with it the scent of wild grass and earth. A sense of stillness settles over the land, the kind of stillness that comes with the end of a long day of toil. This is where Lincoln's journey began, where each sunrise and sunset shaped a man who would one day guide a nation through its darkest hours. As you breathe in deeply, feel that same calm resilience within you. The steady rhythm of your breath mirrors the gentle sway of the tall grasses, their tips shimmering in the pale moonlight. The sky above is vast and serene, a reminder that even amidst the chaos of life, there exists a quiet, enduring peace. Let this image fill your mind with tranquility, a sense of knowing that no matter the trials you face, there is strength to be found in perseverance and patience. Imagine the crackling of a campfire in the distance, its warm glow a beacon of comfort in the darkness. The flames dance softly, casting flickering shadows that sway and twist. This fire represents the warmth of human connection, the bonds of unity that Lincoln so passionately fought to protect. Even when the world was divided, he held firm to the belief that a nation could heal, that people could come together despite their differences. Lincoln's story reminds us of the quiet power of humility, empathy, and integrity. In his speeches and letters, he spoke not with arrogance, but with a deep understanding of human nature, of the pains and struggles that shape us all. His words carried the weight of experience and the hope of a better tomorrow. They were like gentle waves, lapping against the shores of a fractured nation, each word a step toward healing and reconciliation. As you lie here, feel yourself sinking deeper into rest. The burdens of the day grow lighter, like leaves floating gently down a stream. The water carries them away effortlessly, leaving behind a surface that is smooth and calm. Allow your mind to let go of worries, doubts, and fears, knowing that the path forward, though sometimes difficult, is always illuminated by the quiet light of hope. The soft whisper of the wind through the trees mirrors the quiet resolve that Lincoln carried within him. His journey was not one of ease, but of purpose. Each challenge, each setback, was met with patience and fortitude. He understood that change, real and lasting change, takes time and steady effort. In the face of adversity, he chose to act with dignity, knowing that his choices would shape the future for generations to come. As you drift deeper, imagine standing in the stillness of a forest at twilight. The world is hushed, the last rays of sunlight filtering through the branches, casting long golden shadows on the ground. This is a place of reflection, of quiet contemplation. The air is filled with the faint sounds of nature, a distant owl calling softly, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Here you feel a connection to the world around you, a sense of being part of something much greater than yourself. Lincoln's life, with its moments of triumph and tragedy, is a reminder that each of us has the power to shape our own legacy. His belief in justice, equality and unity is a flame that continues to burn, a beacon that guides us through the darkness. His story encourages us to act with kindness, to stand firm in our principles, and to seek peace even in turbulent times. Breathe in deeply, the air filling your lungs with a sense of calm and clarity. With each exhale, let go of any tension or unease. Feel your body relax further, each muscle softening, your mind becoming lighter. The steady rhythm of your heart is like a gentle drumbeat, grounding you in this peaceful moment. The night envelops you now, a cocoon of warmth and safety. The stars above shimmer softly, their light a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe you're not alone. You are part of a story that stretches across time and space, connected to the dreams, struggles and triumphs of those who came before you. As you continue to relax, let Lincoln's story inspire a sense of quiet resolve within you. His life is a testament to the idea that courage, empathy, and perseverance can overcome even the greatest challenges. His journey, though filled with hardship, ultimately brought hope and healing to a fractured world. You too carry that potential within you, the power to face challenges with grace and to find peace in the midst of uncertainty. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of Abraham Lincoln fill your dreams with calm, strength, and the knowledge that you are capable of overcoming any obstacle. Remember to like, comment and subscribe for more soothing stories of history's greatest figures. Now, let go completely. The night holds you gently, the stars keep watch, and your dreams unfold like the quiet pages of a storybook. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are safe, that you are strong, and that tomorrow holds new possibilities, new paths to explore, and new moments of peace. As you drift even deeper into the comforting depths of sleep, let the quiet strength of Abraham Lincoln's story continue to guide you. His journey, one marked by perseverance, compassion, and unwavering resolve, reminds you that within every moment of stillness lies the potential for growth and healing. The night wraps around you like a warm, protective embrace, and your mind settles further into a place of deep relaxation. Imagine now a gentle breeze whispering through the fields of the American Midwest, where the tall grass sways like waves upon a sea of green and gold. The landscape is bathed in the silvery light of the moon, casting long shadows that dance across the open plains. This is the land where Lincoln grew up, where he learned the value of hard work, the weight of responsibility, and the simple joys of a life lived close to nature. The distant sound of a slow-moving river meanders through the air, its waters reflecting the soft light of the stars. Each ripple is like a thought, gentle and fluid, carrying away the worries of the day. You're standing on the banks of this tranquil river, feeling the cool, damp earth beneath your feet. The water flows endlessly, reminding you that life, with all its challenges and triumphs, moves forward in its own steady rhythm. In the distance, you see a campfire glowing softly, its flickering flames casting a warm golden light. The warmth of the fire reaches out to you, offering comfort and reassurance. It represents the quiet resolve and inner strength that guided Lincoln throughout his life. The flames dance and sway, whispering stories of perseverance, courage, and the enduring power of hope. Lincoln's life, though filled with challenges and loss, was also a testament to the beauty of simple joys, the laughter of loved ones, the satisfaction of hard work, and the solace of quiet reflection. His humility and integrity, even in the face of great adversity, remind us that true strength is not always loud or forceful. Sometimes it is found in the quiet determination to do what is right. As you breathe in deeply, feel that same sense of quiet strength fill your being. Each breath brings with it a wave of calm, washing away tension and worry. With every exhale, you release the weight of the day, allowing your mind to sink further into the peaceful flow of the night. The world around you is hushed, the night filled with a serene stillness. The stars twinkle softly above, like tiny beacons of hope, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie within you. Their gentle light is a guide, leading you through the darkness and into a place of rest and renewal. Imagine now that you are walking along a well-worn path, the soft grass cushioning your every step. The path winds gently through a landscape of rolling hills and quiet forests, each step bringing you closer to a place of complete relaxation. The air is cool and refreshing, filled with the faint scent of pine and wildflowers. The sounds of nature surround you, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, and the soft murmur of the breeze. This path represents your journey, a journey that is uniquely yours. Just as Abraham Lincoln faced his own trials with courage and resilience, you too have the strength to navigate whatever challenges lie before you. The path may twist and turn, but with each step you're moving forward, growing stronger and finding peace within. As you continue along this path, you come to a quiet clearing. The ground is soft and inviting, the air filled with a profound sense of stillness. Here, you feel a deep connection to the world around you and to the quiet power within yourself. This is a place of rest, a place where you can let go completely, knowing that you're safe, supported, and at peace. The night sky stretches above you, vast and endless, a reminder that you are part of something much greater than yourself. The gentle glow of the stars fills you with a sense of wonder and calm. You're exactly where you need to be, and in this moment, everything is as it should be. As you settle into this peaceful clearing, allow yourself to drift even further into the depths of sleep. Your breath is slow and steady, your body relaxed and weightless. The world fades away, leaving only the comforting darkness and the quiet rhythm of your heart. Aaron Burr was born on February 6, 1756, in Newark, New Jersey, into a renowned family that promised a life full of amazing chances. His maternal grandfather was Jonathan Edwards, a well-known theologian, and his father was the College of New Jersey's second president. When Burr was only 2 years old, both of his parents died, first his father, then his mother, leaving him and his sister orphans and reared by fabulous relatives. Such sorrow at a young age could have crushed a less hardy personality, but it fostered Burr's independence and desire to identify himself beyond parental expectations. Burr showed extraordinary intelligence in his early teens. He enrolled at the College of New Jersey and demonstrated an interest in classical studies and debate. His peers described him as intense, charismatic, yet a little distant. While many future statesmen focused solely on speech, Burr quietly mastered logic and moral philosophy, gaining insights that would eventually guide him through the maze of political power. He wasn't just a bookish prodigy, he also enjoyed socializing and made friends with students who noticed his quick wit. However, he kept his deeper intentions private. Burr graduated at the premature age of 16 and first pursued theology. He studied with several pastors, attempting to balance his intellectual rigor and spiritual fervor. However, he regarded organized religion as excessively limiting, and he was wary of accepting dogmas without proof. His restless intellect wanted a vocation that provided both challenge and the prospect of global success. After studying with Dr. Joseph Bellamy, he gave up on the idea of becoming a minister. Law appeared more substantial and open-ended, a field in which ingenuity and compelling argument might change fortunes in an instant. But first, destiny beckoned him to an entirely different arena: the war. The American colonies were drawing closer to open conflict with Britain. In 1775, Burr was attracted by the thunder of muskets and the swirl of patriotic discourse. At the age of 19, he joined Benedict Arnold's expedition to Quebec, a perilous journey across the Maine woods aimed at undermining British power in Canada. The arduous march tested every ounce of Burr's fortitude. Many men faltered in frigid temperatures, but Burr persevered, demonstrating a tenaciousness that pleased his superiors. Although the campaign failed to seize Quebec, Burr established a reputation for bravery in the face of adversity. He was even reported to have carried wounded General Richard Montgomery off the field, though the exact specifics are unclear. Throughout the Revolution, Burr distinguished himself in the Continental Army. He temporarily served as an aide to General George Washington, but the two disagreed. Washington's quiet character clashed with Burr's more daring attitude. Burr thought the commander-in-chief to be overly cautious, afraid to undertake dramatic movements that he believed would hasten the end of the war. Burr's military career was unaffected by his resignation from Washington's staff. He continued to serve in various positions, eventually commanding a unit at the Battle of Monmouth in 1778. Harsh surroundings and never-ending demands weighed on him, and in 1779, health issues caused him to leave active duty. Still, by the time the guns went silent, Burr had demonstrated that he was neither a timid thinker nor a man of words. After experiencing both wartime heroism and the sting of near-constant friction, Burr redirected his energy into the law. Post-war America was brimming with chances for ambitious young men, and Burr was eager to take them. He studied in the offices of well-known lawyers in New York, soon establishing himself as bright, detail-oriented, and practical. By 1782, he had married Theodosia Prevost, a widow with academic interests that suited his desire for discourse. Their connection would quietly shape Burr's worldview. Theodosia supported his legal profession and gave emotional stability, which was sometimes lacking in a post-war milieu of flux. Before relocating to New York City, Burr practiced law in Albany after receiving his bar admission in 1782. His legal knowledge, combined with an unassuming charm, made him an effective advocate. He took on high-profile cases, representing both wealthy merchants and underdogs, and created fascinating narratives that wowed juries. Burr's legal accomplishment paved the groundwork for his political career. The nascent republic needed voices that understood both the law and the delicate balance of power. Burr believed he could shape that dynamic to his advantage, and, he reasoned, the nation's as well. With the war's echoes still vivid in public memory, Burr set out on a voyage that would take him to the pinnacles of American politics as well as its lowest depths. By the late 1780s, New York's political scene had changed, with various factions competing for power in the new United States. Aaron Burr navigated a sea of alliances, making subtle contacts behind the scenes. He had little regard for grand ideological speeches. He viewed politics as focused on practical arrangements and mutual benefit. Some co-workers appreciated his focus on results, while others called him opportunistic. Burr's strategy propelled him forward quickly. In 1789, he first entered formal office when Governor George Clinton appointed him as the state's Attorney General. Burr took the role seriously, prosecuting crimes and enhancing the legal system. Political gossip, not legal progress, kept him in the spotlight. Burr kept his opinions on the federal constitution to himself, seldom engaging in the intense conflicts between Federalists and Anti-Federalists. Such behaviour kept him mysterious, a friend to both sides yet loyal to neither. The strategy was wise, though controversial among purists seeking unwavering loyalty to one camp. Burr's increasing popularity led to his election to the Senate in 1791, where he defeated incumbent Philip Schuyler. Hamilton was alarmed by Burr's rise, seeing it as a direct threat. Hamilton supported strong financial systems for the nation, such as a federal bank and centralised fiscal policy. Burr questioned Hamilton's concentration of authority without directly opposing these actions. Burr acknowledged states' rights to an extent, but emphasised personal liberty, especially his own. The animosity between the two men grew gradually, hidden behind the formality of legislative procedures. Burr gained recognition in the Senate for his subtle and effective speeches. He seldom gave long speeches, favouring quick points to sway undecided members. He built cross-party coalitions, confusing colleagues who insisted on taking sides in the Federalist-Republican divide. Burr's coalition-building skills terrified Hamilton further. Burr returned to New York when not in session, expanding his legal practice and maintaining contacts that kept him a prominent figure in city politics. His personal life changed significantly. Burr was left distraught after the death of his wife, Theodosia Prevost, in 1794. They had a daughter, Theodosia, born in 1783. Burr concentrated his emotional energy on her education. He thought women's intellectual abilities were undervalued, so he took charge of her studies, exposing her to literature, geography, and philosophy. Burr's father-daughter relationship was a key influence in his life, shaping his progressive views on women's roles, which were rare among his peers. In the late 1790s, Burr's political fortunes varied. Prominent politicians overshadowed him in 1797, and he lost his Senate re-election. He leveraged his network in New York's Tammany Hall, which was evolving into a powerful political machine. Burr's early involvement with Tammany focused on grassroots organising, despite the group's later association with corruption. He understood that mobilising regular voters, instead of seeking approval from elites, was essential for gaining power. This focus on widespread involvement distinguished him from many Federalists who viewed democracy as a fragile issue best managed by property-owning elites. As the 1800 election neared, Burr's ties with Democratic Republicans, especially Thomas Jefferson, strengthened. The Federalists were falling apart, and John Adams' administration had lost its appeal. Burr quietly secured Jefferson's electoral votes in New York, orchestrating a surprising upset through the city's crucial vote bloc. Burr was in line for the vice presidency, but an unusual constitutional quirk arose. Jefferson and Burr tied in the Electoral College. Hamilton intervened in a lengthy House debate, convincing Federalists to support Jefferson over Burr. Hamilton disliked Jefferson's politics but loathed Burr more, seeing him as unprincipled and unscrupulous. Jefferson won the presidency and Burr became vice president, but the affair left a lasting impact. Burr felt betrayed, believing Hamilton's actions damaged his reputation. The idea of honour, crucial in early American politics, ultimately resulted in a disastrous conflict. Burr played the second man, uncertain of his influence in Jefferson's administration. The vice presidency then was not a route to fame. Burr presides over the Senate but plays a minimal role in executive decisions. Jefferson was wary of Burr's ambition and maintained distance from him. Burr, as presiding officer of the Senate chamber, showed remarkable fairness, earning praise from his ideological opponents. The larger stage cooled. Rumours of a governor's run in New York or other high positions fueled Burr's ambition. Aaron Burr, vice president from 1801 to 1805, viewed his formal duties as limited. After defeating the Federalists, Thomas Jefferson excluded Burr from the main group that influenced policy. The president chose a cabinet that matched his vision, allowing Burr to preside over the Senate with notable calmness and fairness. For an ambitious man, being a polite referee during legislative sessions felt oppressive. Burr's resentment grew gradually. He invested great effort in ensuring Jefferson's success, but gained little in political rewards. Jefferson's circle, influenced by Madison and others, opposed Burr's flexible partnerships. They viewed him as a political chameleon, prioritizing personal gain over intellectual beliefs. Burr viewed unwavering partisanship as unwise. He believed the Republic prospered when leaders worked together across factions. The ideological divide deepened. In 1804, Burr aimed for the New York governorship, believing this influential role would restore his national prominence. The race was full of intrigue. Burr faced tough competition from Morgan Lewis, supported by DeWitt Clinton, the notable nephew of Governor George Clinton, and Alexander Hamilton's group. Hamilton stood prominently against Burr's candidacy. Hamilton portrayed Burr as a power-hungry individual who found it difficult to manage a municipal council, let alone a state. Burr was appalled. Burr lost the race significantly. It felt worse than a political failure. It seemed like a personal betrayal by Hamilton. Rumours emerged that Hamilton made negative remarks about Burr at private dinners, describing him as morally corrupt. Burr worried they had irreparably damaged his reputation. Burr saw a duel as the sole means to restore his honour in that era. Though it may seem odd now, for many Americans in the 18th century, a man's honour was like vital currency, essential for engaging in public life. Burr challenged Hamilton to a duel in the summer of 1804. The men negotiated details through intermediaries, adhering to the conventions of the time. On July 11th, 1804, they met at Weehawken, New Jersey, a secluded spot on the Palisades above the Hudson River. Some versions suggest that Hamilton meant to throw away his shot, indicating he would intentionally miss, hoping Burr would do the same. Burr later claimed he thought Hamilton was aiming to kill. As the smoke cleared, a bullet hit Hamilton in the abdomen, killing him. Burr, unharmed, turned into a fugitive in the public's eye. Hamilton's death the following day ignited widespread condemnation. Burr faced murder indictments in New York and New Jersey, but the charges were never pursued. The tragedy overshadowed any detailed reasoning for their hostility. The public largely backed Hamilton. The Federalist Papers lauded him as a brilliant politician, hindered by a vain rival. Burr's political prospects fell apart. Jefferson explicitly barred him from any further participation in the government. Newspapers labelled him a murderer. Even those who once admired his intelligence or heroism had distanced themselves. Burr completed his vice presidency, eager to salvage what he could, yet the duel loomed over the painful conclusion. At the final Senate session, he delivered a heartfelt goodbye message that brought some senators to tears. Yet, dignity in language could not erase the mark of Hamilton's death. Burr found himself adrift after his departure from office in 1805. He was left without a public office, consistent support or a good reputation. He tried to manage his increasing debts. Some suggested he return to practice, but the incident left high-profile clients wary. Some believed he could move to Europe for a new beginning. Burr adopted a bold strategy, exploring the American frontier for new political opportunities. He journeyed west, connecting with frontier leaders and exploring the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. The Louisiana Purchase opened vast territories, igniting talks of new states or possibly independent nations from Spanish lands. Burr's motives are still up for debate. Some believe he aimed to occupy these regions legally, while others claim he sought to incite revolt and create a new empire. Burr, always enigmatic, revealed little about his ultimate goal. He built connections with influential frontiersmen like General James Wilkinson, the governor of the Louisiana Territory and a U.S. Army officer. Burr recognized the potential in leading a private expedition to benefit from the southwestern frontier. Whispers circulated back east. Was the disgraced former vice president scheming against the United States? Federal officials found cryptic notes suggesting suspicious motives. Jefferson, not a friend of Burr, had to carry out an investigation. A dramatic legal spectacle was poised to challenge the nation's views on treason and explore the limits of personal ambition. Burr moved ahead, sure of his cleverness, oblivious that his next step would thrust him from political exile into a web of conspiracy trials that endangered his life. Between 1805 and 1807, Aaron Burr traversed the western border with a covert agenda. He spent time near the Ohio River, negotiating for land and speaking with militia officials. Burr's critics said he planned to conquer Spanish land along the southwestern border and establish a new empire, with himself at the helm. Others said he planned to push several western states or territories to capitulate from the Union, establishing a breakaway republic. Burr spoke cryptically, addressing great undertakings and confiding only in close pals. To some, his words evoked visions of fame and money. To others, they smelled of blatant treachery. James Wilkinson, a U.S. Army officer, governor of the Louisiana Territory, a known double dealer, was at the centre of his scam. Burr and Wilkinson communicated encoded messages about army movements, resources, and potential alliances. Burr expected Wilkinson's help to gather recruits for an expedition. It is unclear whether the expedition's goal was to liberate Spanish-ruled Mexico or to seize American land. Regardless, Burr's plan to use armed force for personal gain crossed a dangerous boundary. President Thomas Jefferson urged authorities to closely monitor the situation after hearing increasingly disturbing rumours. In October 1806, Burr assembled a small fleet on the Ohio River, laden with men, provisions, and dubious intentions. He led them south toward the Mississippi. Public concern grew. If Burr actually intended to hit Spanish territory, it could spark an international crisis. If he collaborated against the United States, it was sheer treason. The disaster peaked when Wilkinson, always eager to rescue himself, disavowed Burr and sent dispatches to Jefferson depicting Burr as a conspirator. Burr quickly discovered that law enforcement was onto him. Burr was caught in January 1807 in what is now Alabama, having been deceived by individuals he had formerly considered supporters. He had just a small band of supporters left, the rest having dispersed when the expedition lost pace. Under protection, he endured a perilous journey back east to face charges. The journey was humiliating. He had been honoured as a military hero and vice president, but now he was paraded around dusty frontier communities as a criminal suspect. When he finally arrived in Richmond, Virginia, he was indicted for treason and high misdemeanour. The subsequent trial of Aaron Burr in 1807 was a national spectacle. The Constitution defines treason as waging war against the United States or assisting its enemies, and it requires 2 witnesses to the same overt act. In the prosecution against Burr, the government struggled to provide direct evidence that he had really fought in the war. They had reams of letters hinting at mischief and testimonies from turncoat collaborators, but no clear evidence of a definite plan to break off territory or confront US forces. Chief Justice John Husayn, as a circuit judge, Marshall insisted on strict adherence to the constitutional requirements for treason. Marshall's stance infuriated President Jefferson, who saw Burr's culpability as evident and demanded speedy retribution. The trial's drama captivated the young nation. Every day, scores of people, lawyers and journalists jammed the courtroom. Burr, with his typical cool attitude, served nearly as co-counsel in his defence, meticulously scrutinising witnesses and evidence. He mocked the concept that frontier gatherings or ambiguous conversation constituted treason. At most, he contended. He could have been planning an expedition against Spanish possessions in the event of war. Hardly a crime if no war had been declared. What's the verdict? The jury acquitted Burr of treason due to inadequate proof of an overt act. They also cleared him of a misdemeanour charge for mounting an unlawful military mission. Public opinion remained mixed, with many believing Burr was guilty in spirit if not in form. Jefferson was furious, fearing that clever legal techniques and Marshall's federalist leanings had protected Burr. However, the outcome stood, leaving Burr free, but permanently soiled. Following the trial, Burr's money and reputation were in shambles. Friends disappeared, credit was non-existent, and trust in any source was low. A fresh Western expansion plan was out of the question. His every step would be examined. Burr, facing near certain ostracism, chose to depart to Europe in 1808. He had an audacious plan. Perhaps foreign powers, such as Britain or France, could find value in his strategic mind and sponsor a fresh voyage to the Americas. If that fails, he may become a permanent exile, moving from one European capital to another. Embarking on a ship under an assumed identity, the once vibrant politician plummeted into what appeared to be irreversible obscurity, leaving behind a country that would remember him only as a duelist and an alleged traitor. Aaron Burr travelled to Europe in 1808 in search of a fresh start or a financial boost to help him achieve his goals. He travelled around England, France and other countries, meeting politicians, bankers and explorers. The charismatic man who negotiated New York's political environment attempted to persuade Europeans that he could make a significant difference in the Americas with their assistance. The times had changed. European powers were engaged in the Napoleonic Wars, focusing on conflicts in Europe rather than transatlantic strategies. Burr's imprecise and impractical plans garnered only courteous nods and dubious stares. Expatriates in London suspected Burr of plotting a war between the United States and Spain to take Spanish possessions. British intelligence tracked Burr, wary of potential partnerships. Burr's finances decreased, requiring him to rely on loans from acquaintances or limited assistance from old American friends. The former vice president resided in run-down rented apartments, writing letters to potential donors who no longer saw him as a useful ally. His famed ability with words was insufficient to deter creditors. Burr relocated his activities to Paris in 1810, hoping to find a more welcoming atmosphere under Napoleon's rule. He encountered bureaucratic obstacles and disinterest there as well. The French had interests in Spain and were not interested in supporting a renegade American proposal. Burr's demands for an audience frequently went unanswered for long periods. The French authorities occasionally restricted his movements, suspecting him of espionage or subversion. Burr voiced frustration in his diaries about the difficulties of being a stateless traveller, without a purpose. He attempted to maintain his dignity by referring to himself in social circles as Colonel Burr. or The American Traveller, omitting his scandalous history. He had some success delivering Revolutionary War or early American politics anecdotes at dinner gatherings. The man who had duelled with Hamilton, risked the death penalty for treason, and was now pursuing crazy adventures drew the attention of some Parisian intellectuals. Fascination rarely led to genuine support. Burr, no longer attacked by American media, faced a bitter irony. In Europe, he was less infamous, but also less significant. Burr's name was hardly spoken in the United States, except in cautionary tales of ambition gone bad. The War of the 1812 overshadowed his legacy. America faced fresh war with Britain, but Burr remained helpless abroad. By 1812, he was nearly bankrupt, relying on the generosity of a few devoted friends or new acquaintances who liked his talk enough to take him to dinner on occasion. He felt the burden of returning to America. Will he get rearrested? Will creditors pursue him? Is it possible to reconstruct a life? Burr decided to come home in 1812 because he saw no future in Europe. The return was humiliating. He adopted an alias to avoid exposure. When he arrived in Boston in 1812, he discovered a transformed nation. The second conflict with Britain tested America's might. The Federalist Party, which could have offered him stability, was in disarray. The Republican faction, led by Madison, had little interest in a person deemed toxic. Reclaiming a tiny political position seemed hopeless. Burr was enticed to New York City, where he was once regarded as a legal powerhouse. He quietly resumed practicing law and maintained a low profile. Despite initial skepticism in the legal community, his abilities finally attracted enough clients to keep him afloat. The era of extravagant balls, sophisticated dinner parties, and daring political moves has passed. Burr's existence was restricted to an office, a modest living arrangement, and occasional social gatherings with a few acquaintances who tolerated his ruined reputation. In 1813, his daughter Theodosia went missing at sea, causing personal anguish. She set sail from South Carolina to New York, but her ship disappeared. The cause, pirates, a storm, or mechanical breakdown, was unknown. Burr was saddened after losing the one person who had always trusted in him, despite the scandals. His diaries from this period reveal intense anguish and a sense of universal unfairness. He lost his wife years ago, abandoned his political career, and now his daughter has vanished. Burr drifted through duties in the 1810s, surviving but troubled. Occasionally, acquaintances spotted flashes of his previous charm, sly humour, and acute mind capable of dissecting a legal case. It was as if he had subdued a formidable force. The press scarcely mentioned him, merely reporting the occasional lawsuit or article. As the War of 1812 ended and the country entered the era of good feelings, Burr stayed on the sidelines, a reminder of a more turbulent era. Burr's attention switched to urgent problems as new leaders defined the Republic's future, leaving him unsure whether he could redeem his tarnished reputation. Aaron Burr, a lawyer in New York in the 1820s, lived in obscurity and had few illusions. His survival abilities remained good. He handled a continuous flow of legal cases, including contract disputes, estate matters, and occasionally criminal defense. Elder residents in the city's quiet corners remembered his flashy youth, while younger residents considered him a footnote to the Hamilton duel or a cautionary tale. When an enthusiastic journalist attempted to interview him about those exciting occurrences, Burr, while cordial, remained evasive or imprecise. Burr maintained a sense of old optimism, believing that fate may yet surprise him. He prioritised personal interactions, developing friendships with progressive minds in the community. These included academics, voting rights activists, and women's rights pioneers. Some thought it strange that the former conspirator mixed with them, but Burr relished having robust debates about social changes. He was the father who advocated for Theodosia's education, feeling society undervalued women's contributions. Years passed, and Burr would occasionally fly upstate for work or to see friends. The Erie Canal's development in the 1820s demonstrated New York's commercial advancement, placing him behind. Younger politicians, such as DeWitt Clinton, emerged as the city's lights, overshadowing Burr's legacy. He walked by the new canal locks, surveying the mass of workers and business people, privately realising that these infrastructure accomplishments defined a future he had aspired to influence as a politician. He was consistently unable to establish financial stability. Debts accumulated, forcing Burr to seek clients relentlessly. His previously raw charisma had faded, but in brief contacts with clients or local clerks, that disarming aspect still flared. He did not marry again. Rumours of covert liaisons circulated, but none evolved into a bond that matched Theodosia's unwavering loyalty. Burr told a close friend that he felt older than his years, as if the burdens of scandal, exile, and heartache had aged him prematurely. Burr married Eliza Jumel in 1833, a wealthy widow who was thought to be America's richest lady. Observers suggested that it was a convenient marriage, with both partners pursuing financial or social advantage. The union rapidly became contentious. Jumel expressed concern about Burr's excessive spending and his possible grandiosity. They split up within a year, resulting in a contentious divorce that harmed his public image even further. The fiasco demonstrated how Burr's personal life, long concealed by the political issues, had created new talk with no true atonement. The national stage had progressed. Andrew Jackson was a populist president who frequently cited the founders but rarely recognised Burr. John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and Daniel Webster were significant contributors in shaping policy regarding the Bank of the United States, tariffs, and westward development. Burr's era of duels and conspiracies appeared antiquated in an America enthralled by new frontiers and industrial expansion. He read articles about inventions such as the Reaper and Cotton gin, recognising that the country was headed toward a future in which his personal political style would be less important. By the mid-1830s, Burr's health had deteriorated. Time had worn him down, and each winter brought merciless cold. He carried on with his everyday responsibilities, but the old spark was mostly lost. He took solace in reading classics from his Princeton days, occasionally making notes in the margins about power's illusions or destiny's frailty. A few visitors, drawn to his memories of the founding era, found him open but curiously distant. He can now say Hamilton's name without venom, as if recalling a tragedy he hardly remembers. Aaron Burr had a stroke in 1836. He was crippled on one side and confined to a boarding home on Staten Island. His youth was full of promise, and his middle years caused national turmoil. In brief periods of awareness, he apparently displayed neither sorrow nor contrition, only a stoic acceptance of fate's will. He died on September 14th, 1836, at the age of 80. The event hardly warranted front-page coverage. America was obsessed with economic debates, scarcely commemorating the death of one of its most divisive early leaders. Burr's death was announced to those who cherished his memory. Several tributes praised his intelligence, service in the Revolution, and advocacy for women's education. There were numerous references to Hamilton's duel and the treason trial. Relatives planned a quiet burial, but turnout was sparse, overshadowed by the bustling city that had moved on. The former vice president quietly fled the stage, leaving a legacy marked by scandal, brilliance, and suspicion about squandered opportunities. Long after Aaron Burr's death, his story continued to cast a conflicting shadow over American memory. On the one hand, he was a Revolutionary War hero who fought alongside the Patriots to achieve independence. He was also a progressive lawyer, among the first to advocate for expanded roles for women, particularly in education. However, the infamous episodes, like the deadly duel with Alexander Hamilton, the treason trial, and the questionable frontier deals, overshadowed these virtues. Each generation that reviewed Burr's life discovered a new perspective, transforming him into everything from a sad anti-hero to a cautionary tale of uncontrolled ambition. Throughout the 19th century, historians rejected Burr as the man who assassinated Hamilton, an unforgivable deed in a pantheon that extolled the founding generation's genius. Hamilton's star rose posthumously, while Burr fell more into contempt. Rivalries over economic measures, such as the National Bank, faded in importance, but the allure of human conflict persisted in the popular culture. Dueling had already lost social acceptance, making Burr appear antiquated. Schoolchildren were taught simplified versions. Hamilton, the noble statesman, succumbed to Burr, the dishonest opportunist. However, some contrarian thinkers discovered complexities in Burr's record. They emphasised that he was among the first politicians to use modern campaign organisation strategies, garnering grassroots support rather than relying solely on elites. They pointed out that Burr's efforts to ensure equitable education for his daughter Theodosia demonstrated progressive tendencies. The question persisted: How could a man with such promise become so despised? These questions prompted a re-evaluation of the founding period, revealing that the distinctions between hero and villain were never as clear as textbooks suggested. In the early 20th century, authors and dramatists discovered a treasure trove in Burr's life: the romance with Theodosia's mother, the agony of Theodosia's disappearance, and the cloak and dagger atmosphere of the purported southwestern conspiracy. Fictional works depicted a broken soul who, hated by Jefferson and maligned by Hamilton, went to desperate lengths to save an epic destiny. Audiences absorbed these stories, partially realising they were reading gossip rather than history. Meanwhile, academic historians amassed additional evidence from archives, portraying Burr as neither completely wicked nor wholly misunderstood, just extremely ambitious in an era of unbreakable connections. Then came increased attention in the 20th century, as historians shifted their focus to the roles that the individuals performed outside of traditional narratives. Burr's covert promotion of women's education drew more notice. Researchers investigated correspondence between Burr and his daughter, discovering emotional depth and intellectual synergy that was unusual for that paternal time. These glimpses complicated the typical condemnation. Some researchers argued that Burr's notion of personal dignity was more associated with old-world aristocratic traditions, contradicting the emerging American expectation of free moral democracy. This encounter could have fueled the Hamilton duel and the eventual disaster. For modern viewers, perhaps the most compelling aspect of Burr's story is the conflict between personal ambition and national unity. He rose to the position of vice president, only to let hatred drive him to a fatal encounter. He soared again, envisioning new horizons in the southwest, only to fall into a maze of accused treason. The recurring theme is self-sabotage, a gifted mind undermined by circumstance and personality. That dynamic resonates in an America still plagued by figures who cross moral boundaries in pursuit of personal goals. In historical memory, Burr stands out among the founders. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Alexander Hamilton are honoured with monuments and coinage. Burr's physical memorials are limited, an occasional plaque, a brief remark in an old churchyard. Nonetheless, his ghost lingers in the shadows of the founding story, telling us that the line between brilliance and destruction, loyalty and betrayal, can be unsettlingly narrow. The story also highlights how personal grievances can impact political outcomes in an era when the limits of Republican rule are still being tested. Finally, Burr's biography leads us to consider the complexity of ambition. He contributed to the revolution, championed revolutionary ideas about women's duties, and advocated for new types of political strategy. The killing bullet at Weehawken, however, overshadows all else, as do the conspiratorial rumours that landed him in a treason trial. As time passes, readers may ponder whether Burr was merely ahead of his time in terms of moral judgments, or if he was a cautionary character whose appetites and instincts led him wrong. Whatever the outcome, one fact remains: Aaron Burr embodies the turbulent junction of personal ambition and a maturing American republic. His biography, tinged with brilliance and tormented with sorrow, has us wondering about his exact place in the tapestry of the nation's foundation era. Imagine yourself seated at your kitchen table on a Tuesday morning in October 1929, perhaps enjoying coffee from your beloved mug, the one that hasn't yet developed a chip in its handle. You're flipping through the newspaper, probably complaining about something perfectly mundane, like how the neighbour's dog keeps digging up your petunias. Life feels predictable, even a little boring. Then the phone rings, or maybe you hear it on the radio. The stock market has crashed. The stock market has not merely faltered or experienced a difficult day, but it has plummeted completely and catastrophically. Within hours, everything you thought you knew about your comfortable little world starts shifting beneath your feet like sand. Now you might be thinking, what does Wall Street have to do with my dinner table? Get ready to learn that everything is connected in ways that will make your head spin. Before the crash, American kitchens were experiencing a period of prosperity. Electric refrigerators replaced the old ice boxes that required actual blocks of ice. Consider how you might explain that to someone today. Yes, dear. A man came by twice a week with frozen water. No, we couldn't make our own. Cooking became easier with the newfangled appliances, and grocery stores brimmed with an abundance of options that would have left your grandmother dizzy. Families were eating beef roasts on Sundays, fresh vegetables from local farms, and desserts that didn't require a mathematical equation to figure out sugar ratios. Bread was white and fluffy, not because it was healthier, but because it felt fancy and modern. The poor ate brown bread, but America was far from impoverished. But here's the thing about prosperity. It's often built on a foundation that's more wobbly than anyone wants to admit. Banks were lending money recklessly, individuals were purchasing stocks with funds they lacked, and farmers were producing more food than the nation could consume. It was like a giant game of Jenga and someone was about to pull out the wrong block. When that crash came, it wasn't just rich investors in fancy suits who felt it. The ripple effect spread faster than gossip in a small town. Banks closed their doors, taking people's savings with them. Factories shut down, sending workers home with empty pockets. Suddenly, the cosy middle-class way of life you'd been relishing vanished. The concept vanished as swiftly as ice cream on a sweltering summer day. The cruel irony was that there was still ample food available for cultivation. Farms across America were still producing wheat, corn, vegetables, and livestock. The problem wasn't that food had disappeared, it was that nobody had money to buy it. It's like being locked outside your house with the keys sitting right there on the kitchen counter, visible but completely out of reach. This is where our story really begins, because when people can't afford food, they get creative. By creative, I mean they learn to create meals using ingredients that would make modern food bloggers cry. Forget your artisanal this and organic that. People were about to discover that survival cooking is its kind of art form, though not necessarily one you'd want to Instagram. So there you were, perhaps still sitting at that same kitchen table, but now instead of casually reading the newspaper, you're studying it like it holds the secrets of the universe. Which ads are offering work? What stores are having sales? And most importantly, how can you feed your family on what feels like pocket change? The adventure was just beginning, although nobody referred to it as such at that time. They were too busy figuring out how to stretch a dollar until it screamed, and wondering how something as basic as putting food on the table had suddenly become the most challenging puzzle they'd ever faced. You know how today you might spend 20 minutes deciding between 17 different types of pasta sauce, weighing the merits of organic versus regular versus the store brand? Well, imagine if your entire grocery budget was less than what you now spend on a single lunch out, and suddenly those choices become a lot more focused. By 1932, the average family was spending about $15 a week on groceries, which sounds ridiculously cheap until you realise that's in 1932 dollars, and most people were lucky to have any dollars at all. It's as if someone handed you Monopoly money and instructed you to use it until next Thursday. Your grocery shopping strategy had to become more sophisticated than a military operation. First, you'd check every pocket, purse, and couch cushion for loose change. Discovering a nickel felt like unearthing a hidden treasure. Then you'd sit down with a pencil and paper, no fancy smartphone apps for budget tracking, and plan your shopping trip with the precision of a NASA mission. Every purchase had to serve multiple purposes, and luxury items like fresh meat or white sugar were carefully weighed against necessities like flour and potatoes. The grocery stores themselves started looking different too. Gone were the abundant displays and cheerful abundance of the Roaring Twenties. Shelves became sparser, and storekeepers started extending credit to long-time customers, keeping handwritten ledgers of who owed what. It was like a neighbourhood favour system, except the favours were keeping families from going hungry. You learned to think like a pioneer, even though you lived in town. Bulk purchases made sense when you could afford them. A large sack of flour might cost more up front, but it would last longer and cost less per pound than buying smaller amounts. Of course, such an arrangement required actually having enough money for bulk purchases, which was often a catch-22 situation that would make your head hurt if you thought about it too much. Shopping became a social activity in ways it had never been before. Women would compare notes on which stores had the best prices, share recipes for making meals stretch, and sometimes even pool their money for bulk purchases they'd divide up later. It was like having a very practical book club, except instead of discussing literature, you were debating whether potatoes were cheaper per pound at Miller's Market or Thompson's Grocery. The butcher became both your trusted companion and your greatest obstacle. While meat was costly, bones were inexpensive, and a quality soup bone could serve as the basis for numerous meals. You would request the cuts that were previously intended for pet food, and the butcher would frequently include surplus fat at no cost, which you would then cook and utilise in ways that would shock contemporary nutritionists, yet ensured your family's sustenance. Seasonal shopping took on new meaning. Summer meant fresh vegetables and fruits when they were cheapest, but it also meant thinking ahead to winter. Canning became less of a hobby and more of a survival skill. Your kitchen might fill up with mason jars like a general store, each one representing a meal saved for the months when fresh food would become even pricier. Store credit evolved into a delicate balance between dignity and desperation. Storekeepers knew their customers personally. They knew your family, your situation, and your history of payment. Getting credit wasn't just about financial reliability. It was about being part of the community. But using that credit meant admitting you needed help, which was harder for some people than others. The psychology of shopping changed too. You'd find yourself calculating not just price per pound, but meals per dollar. A bag of dried beans might be boring, but it could feed your family for a week if you knew how to cook them right. Meanwhile, that fresh apple that looked so appealing might represent an entire day's budget for luxury foods. Your bags may have been lighter when you got home, but your mental load was definitely heavier. You weren't just carrying groceries, you were carrying the responsibility of making every ingredient count, every meal matter, and every dollar stretch as far as humanly possible. And you were about to learn that creativity in the kitchen wasn't just nice, it was absolutely essential. Here's something that might surprise you. Before the Great Depression, leftover food was often just thrown away. Can you imagine? Families would actually toss perfectly delicious food because it was a day old or didn't look as appealing as when it was fresh. If you told someone from 1935 that people in the future would throw away food because it was approaching its expiration date, they'd probably think you were describing some kind of fantasy world. But once money became scarce, leftovers transformed from kitchen waste into precious resources. Every scrap of food became the star of its own potential meal, and home cooks developed an almost supernatural ability to resurrect yesterday's dinner into something that felt new and exciting, or at least edible. Take bread, for example. In better times, day-old bread might have been tossed to the birds or used for kindling. But during the Depression, stale bread became the foundation of entire meals. Bread pudding wasn't just a dessert, it was a way to use up every last crust. Breadcrumbs extended meatloaf, and bread soaked in milk became a filling breakfast that cost almost nothing. The art of the leftover soup became so refined that it was practically a science. You'd start with whatever scraps of meat remained from Sunday's dinner, maybe just some gristle and bones that today would go straight into the trash. Add some wilted vegetables that were past their prime, throw in yesterday's mashed potatoes for thickness, and suddenly you had a new meal that could feed the whole family. Every kitchen developed its own leftover ecosystem. People saved meat drippings and used them to flavour vegetables. Vegetable cooking water became the base for soups because throwing away anything with potential nutrients felt almost criminal. Even coffee grounds got reused, sometimes multiple times, until they were producing something that barely resembled coffee, but still provided a hot, caffeinated beverage. The psychology of leftovers changed completely. Instead of being considered somehow inferior to fresh food, leftovers became challenges to creativity. A good cook could take completely unrelated remnants and somehow make them work together in harmony. It was akin to performing as a culinary DJ, combining various ingredients to create a dish that exceeded its individual components. Casseroles emerged as the ideal way to utilise leftovers, even though they weren't referred to as casseroles in the past. They were simply anything we could combine in one pot. Have some leftover chicken. Mix it with yesterday's vegetables and top with whatever starch you could manage. Although it was unrefined, it provided a substantial meal, was cost-effective and effectively utilised all items that could have otherwise been discarded. The transformation of leftovers also changed how families thought about meal planning. Instead of planning individual meals, you started thinking in terms of food chains, how Sunday's roast chicken would become Monday's chicken salad, Tuesday's chicken soup, and Wednesday's chicken and dumplings. It was like meal planning chess, thinking several moves ahead. Children grew up with an entirely different relationship to food waste than their parents had. Not only was leaving food on your plate considered bad manners, but it also represented a significant waste of family resources. Kids learned to clean their plates not because of starving children in far-off countries, but because that leftover bite might be tomorrow's lunch. The creative leftover culture led to some surprisingly tasty discoveries. Combinations that seemed weird on paper actually worked well together. Leftover mashed potatoes mixed with flour became potato pancakes. Yesterday's vegetables mixed with eggs became frittatas before anyone knew what to call them. In ways that would influence American cooking for generations, necessity became the driving force behind invention. Storage became an art form too. Without reliable refrigeration in many homes, keeping leftovers safe required timing, temperature control, and a bit of luck. Root cellars, cool pantries, and even outdoor storage in winter became part of the leftover management system. You had to eat things in the right order to prevent spoilage, which meant planning your leftover consumption as carefully as your original meals. Looking back, this leftover revolution created cooking skills that modern Americans have largely lost. These skills, such as the ability to look at random ingredients and see potential meals, to stretch food beyond its obvious uses, and to waste absolutely nothing, were not just survival skills from the Depression era. They were the foundation of a more sustainable and creative approach to cooking that we could probably learn from today, even if we never want to have to rely on it quite so desperately. Imagine opening your pantry today and discovering that half the ingredients you normally use for cooking have disappeared. They were not spoiled or sold out at the store. They were just completely unavailable, or so expensive that they might as well have been made of gold. That's essentially what happened during the Great Depression, when basic ingredients became luxury items and home cooks had to become kitchen chemists, figuring out how to create familiar flavours and textures using whatever they could actually afford. Sugar was one of the first casualties. Real white sugar became so expensive that it was rationed out like precious gems. Families used honey when they could, molasses when they couldn't, and sometimes corn syrup or sugar substitutes made from their own beets. Desserts took on entirely different flavour profiles. Less cloyingly sweet, more complex, and sometimes earthy. Your grandmother's cookies probably tasted nothing like what you'd expect biscuits to taste like today. Butter virtually disappeared from many family tables, replaced by whatever fat was cheapest and available. Occasionally it was lard, which at least provided richness and flavour. Sometimes it was vegetable shortening, which was cheaper but didn't taste like much of anything. And sometimes families learned to cook with no fat at all, creating dishes that were healthier than they realised, but probably a lot less satisfying than what they remembered from better times. Meat substitution evolved into a complex game of culinary fantasy. People extended ground meat with breadcrumbs, oatmeal, or any spare grain, resulting in meatloaf that contained more filler than actual meat. Sometimes families made entire meals that were designed to taste like they contained meat, but were actually made from beans, vegetables, and creative seasoning. It was like culinary theatre. Everyone pretended it was the real thing, and occasionally the pretending was so good that it almost worked. Coffee was another heartbreaker. Real coffee became so expensive that families started mixing it with chicory, dandelion root, or whatever else could provide a bitter hot beverage that felt like coffee in the morning. Some substitutes weren't terrible. Chicory actually has a pleasant, earthy flavour. Others were more about the ritual than the taste, because starting the day with a hot cup of something was psychologically important, even if that something bore only a passing resemblance to actual coffee. Vanilla extract, which today you buy without thinking, became a luxury item that required creative substitution. Families learned to use almond extract sparingly, or to make their own flavourings from whatever was available. Some learned to make vanilla from scratch, though the process was time-consuming and the results were hit or miss. Baking became an exercise in making desserts that tasted good, without relying on the flavour enhancers that had become too expensive. Milk was often watered down or substituted entirely. Powdered milk, when available, was mixed thinner than recommended to make it last longer. Sometimes families made milk from other sources. Nut-based beverages weren't trendy health choices, but desperate substitutions for something that had become unaffordable. Children grew up thinking that thin, slightly off-tasting milk was normal, not knowing they were drinking a diluted substitute for the real thing. Even salt, something we take completely for granted today, sometimes required substitution. Families learned to use herbs, vinegar, or other flavour enhancers to improve food taste without relying on salt they couldn't afford. Gardens became medicine cabinets and spice racks, with families growing whatever they could to add flavour to otherwise bland meals. The psychology of substitution was complex. On one hand, it was practical and necessary. You used what you had because you didn't have choices, but it was also a way of maintaining normalcy and dignity. Calling a bean and grain patty a meatloaf wasn't just about flavour. It was about preserving the feeling that your family was still eating recognisable traditional meals. Some substitutions worked so well that they became permanent parts of American cooking. Others were abandoned as soon as better times returned, though they remained in family memories as reminders of when creativity wasn't just helpful, it was essential for survival. The substitute culture also created a generation of cooks who understood ingredients in ways that modern cooks often don't. They knew how fats behaved in cooking, how sweeteners affected texture and taste, and how to balance flavours without standard ingredients. They became masters of working with what they had rather than the recipes they assumed they could buy. This ingredient flexibility created a uniquely American approach to cooking that valued resourcefulness over authenticity, creativity over tradition, and making do over giving up. It was always creative and fed families when they otherwise would have gone hungry, even if it wasn't tasty. You've probably seen those perfectly manicured suburban lawns, right? Every blade of grass precisely the same height, not a dandelion in sight, maintained with the dedication usually reserved for religious practices. During the Great Depression, those immaculate lawns would have been viewed as the epitome of wasteful foolishness. Every square foot of available land became potential food production, and families learned that vegetables were a lot more valuable than ornamental grass. The transformation of American yards happened almost overnight. People who had never grown anything more challenging than houseplants suddenly found themselves studying seed catalogues like they were textbooks, trying to figure out how to turn their backyards into miniature farms. It wasn't exactly like the trendy urban gardening movement you see today. This wasn't about being eco-conscious or eating locally. This was purely a matter of survival. Your garden planning had to be strategic in ways that modern gardeners can barely imagine. You had to plant what would yield the most calories per square foot, store well through winter, and grow reliably in your specific soil and climate. Potatoes became the backbone of many family gardens because they were filling, nutritious, and could be stored for months. Beans were popular because they added protein to the diet and improved the soil for future crops. The seed situation was its kind of economics lesson. Due to the high cost of good seeds, families learned to save seeds from their best plants, forming informal seed banks that neighbours and relatives shared. Trading seeds became a social activity. You might trade your extra tomato seeds for someone else's extra bean seeds, creating a community network that helped everyone increase their food security. Tools were another challenge. A good shovel or hoe was an investment that many families couldn't afford, so tool sharing became common. Neighbours would coordinate their gardening schedules so they could pass tools back and forth, or families would make do with improvised tools, old kitchen spoons for planting seeds or homemade watering systems created from tin cans with holes punched in them. The process of learning was steep and unforgiving. Modern gardeners can look up solutions to their problems online, but Depression-era gardeners had to rely on neighbours, library books, and trial and error. If bugs devoured your beans or your tomatoes succumbed to blight, it not only represented a gardening setback but also a family food emergency. Pressure to succeed made every gardening decision feel crucial. Preservation became just as important as growing. Producing a bumper crop of vegetables was futile if they spoiled before they could be consumed. Families learned canning, pickling, root cellaring and drying, preservation techniques that turned a summer's worth of vegetables into winter sustenance. Your kitchen might be filled with mason jars lined up like soldiers, each one representing security against future hunger. Urban gardening took on new meaning when every available space was pressed into service. Rooftops, vacant lots, and stretches of land beside railroad tracks, anywhere that could support plant life, became potential sites for food production. City dwellers learned to grow vegetables in containers, window boxes, and any patch of soil they could claim or borrow. It was like an entirely different relationship with urban stone space, where every square foot was evaluated for its food-producing potential. The social dynamics of gardening changed too. Gardening knowledge became valuable currency. The neighbour who could successfully grow vegetables became someone worth knowing, and successful gardeners often found themselves teaching others, sharing not just seeds and tools, but knowledge and techniques. Gardening clubs weren't just social organisations, they were survival networks. Children learned to garden out of necessity, not as a relaxing family activity. Kids today spend their summers weeding, watering and harvesting, instead of at camp or playing video games. It wasn't always fun, but it gave them skills and an understanding of where food comes from that most modern children never develop. The psychological impact of growing your food was significant. In a time when so much felt out of control, jobs, money, the future, having a garden provided a sense of agency and self-sufficiency. While you might not have control over the economy, you could manage the watering of your tomatoes. The act of planting seeds was inherently optimistic, a statement of faith that the future would arrive and you'd be there to harvest what you'd planted. Some families discovered they actually enjoyed gardening and continued even after their economic situations improved. Others abandoned their gardens as soon as they could afford to buy all their vegetables again. But for a generation of Americans, The experience of growing their food created a different relationship with vegetables, with land, and with the connection between human effort and sustenance that influenced how they thought about food for the rest of their lives. People's ability to unite during difficult times is a characteristic of humanity. You've probably witnessed this during natural disasters or community crises, where neighbours who previously barely spoke suddenly come together to organise relief efforts and share resources. During the Great Depression, this instinct for mutual aid extended to food in ways that were both heartwarming and heartbreaking, creating community systems that kept people fed when individual families couldn't manage on their own. Community kitchens started appearing in churches, schools, and any building large enough to accommodate cooking for crowds. These weren't trendy communal dining experiences or social experiments in group living. They were practical solutions to the simple problem that many families couldn't afford food. But communities could sometimes pool resources to create meals that would feed everyone. The logistics were complex, the dignity was carefully preserved, and the social dynamics were unlike anything most communities had experienced before. The unspoken rules of community kitchens were intricate and important. Nobody discussed who could afford to contribute ingredients and who couldn't. Nobody kept track of who ate more than they brought. Everyone contributed something, even if it was just labour, peeling potatoes, stirring pots, cleaning up afterward. It was a careful dance of maintaining pride while acknowledging need, of helping without making it obvious who was helping whom. Potluck dinners took on new meaning when families genuinely couldn't afford to feed themselves, let alone contribute to community meals. The mathematics of potluck became creative. One family might bring a giant pot of soup made mostly from vegetables and water, while another might contribute a small but precious amount of meat or seasoning. Together, these contributions created meals that were more substantial and varied than any individual family could have managed alone. Recipe sharing became an act of generosity that went beyond just culinary tips. When someone discovered how to make a filling meal from inexpensive ingredients, sharing that knowledge was like sharing wealth. Women would write down recipes on whatever paper they could find, creating informal networks of survival cooking that passed from kitchen to kitchen and neighbourhood to neighbourhood. The psychology of eating together changed when eating alone meant not eating enough. Community meals provided not just nutrition, but social connection during a time when people felt isolated by their economic circumstances. Children who might have felt embarrassed about their family's financial situations discovered that many other families were experiencing the same challenges. Adults discovered that sharing meals also meant sharing the emotional burden of difficult times. Church basement dinners, neighbourhood soup kitchens, and informal meal-sharing arrangements created a parallel food distribution system that operated alongside and sometimes instead of traditional commerce. These weren't charity operations in the way we might think of them today, because the line between helper and helped was often blurry. Families might host a community dinner one week and depend on someone else's community's dinner the next week. Seasonal community cooking made sense in ways that individual cooking didn't. When someone's garden produced more tomatoes than one family could use, it made sense to turn that abundance into sauce or preserves that could feed multiple families. Large-scale food preservation required equipment, space and knowledge that individual families often lacked, but communities could organise canning operations that benefited everyone involved. The economics of community cooking were fascinating and complex. Buying ingredients in bulk for community meals was more economical than individual family shopping, but it required coordination, trust, and some kind of informal accounting system to ensure fairness. Some communities used trading systems where labour was exchanged for meals or where families contributed different types of resources. Some provided ingredients, others provided cooking space, and still others provided labour. Children growing up in these community food systems learned different lessons about sharing, cooperation, and social responsibility than children who grew up in purely individual family units. They saw adults working together to solve problems, witnessed the practical mechanics of mutual aid, and understood that community survival sometimes required setting aside individual pride in favour of collective action. The end of community kitchen culture came gradually as economic conditions improved and families could afford to return to individual cooking and eating. Some communities maintained these traditions as social activities rather than survival necessities, but for most, the community kitchen period was remembered as a time when neighbours became family out of necessity, and when the simple act of sharing a meal carried weight and meaning that extended far beyond nutrition. Looking back, these community food systems created social bonds and survival skills that influenced how communities responded to future challenges. They proved that Americans could organise mutual aid systems when necessary, and that sharing resources didn't require government programs or formal charity, just neighbours willing to help neighbours and communities willing to take care of their own. The end of the Great Depression didn't happen like a light switch being flipped. It was more like dawn slowly breaking after the longest night anyone could remember. Families didn't wake up one morning to find their economic troubles over and their refrigerators magically restocked. Instead, prosperity gradually returned, permanently altering Americans' relationship with food. World War II played a strange role in ending food scarcity for some families, while creating new types of rationing for others. Defense jobs provided financial stability, but the implementation of wartime rationing often limited the amount of meat, sugar, and coffee that even the most affluent families could purchase. It was like having money, but being told you could only spend some of it, which was frustrating and forced continued creativity in the kitchen. The transition back to abundance was psychologically complex. You'd think that people who had to stretch every ingredient would waste food once they could afford it, but that's not what happened. Many families continued Depression-era cooking habits for years, decades, or even the rest of their lives. Once you've learned to see potential meals in food scraps, it's hard to unlearn that skill, even when you don't technically need it anymore. Children who had grown up during the Depression carried forward different attitudes about food than their parents had originally possessed. They knew how to cook from scratch, how to substitute ingredients, how to make meals stretch, and how to waste nothing. These skills served them well during future economic downturns, but they also influenced American home cooking in ways that lasted for generations. The grocery store experience transformed as abundance returned, but it never quite went back to the carefree shopping of the 1920s. People who had lived through the Depression maintained habits of price comparison, bulk buying when items were on sale, and stocking up against future shortages that might never come. The psychological scars of scarcity created shopping behaviours that persisted long after scarcity ended. Restaurant culture slowly returned, but it was different too. The casual throwing away of restaurant food that had been common in the 1920s was replaced by more careful eating, taking leftovers home, and appreciation for meals that someone else had prepared. The experience of not being able to afford to eat out made dining out feel more special and less routine when it became possible again. Food technology advanced rapidly in the post-war years, partly in response to lessons learned during the Depression about food preservation, nutrition, and efficient cooking. Frozen foods, improved canning techniques, and new appliances were developed with an understanding of how families actually cooked and ate during difficult times, not just during prosperous ones. The social aspects of food sharing evolved too. Potluck dinners, community meals, and neighbour-to-neighbour food sharing didn't disappear when they were no longer necessary for survival, though they became more about social connection than economic necessity. Communities that had learned to eat together during hard times often continued eating together during good times, maintaining bonds that had been forged over shared meals and mutual aid. Garden culture persisted in modified forms. Many families continued growing vegetables, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The skills they'd learned during necessity became hobbies, and the victory gardens of the Depression era evolved into the recreational gardening that became a suburban staple in later decades. The recipes and cooking techniques developed during the Depression became part of American culinary tradition. Desperately created dishes became comfort foods associated with family, tradition, and resourcefulness. Casseroles, hearty soups, and creative uses of leftovers remained popular long after they stopped being economically necessary. Perhaps most importantly, the Great Depression created a generation of Americans who understood the difference between wanting food and needing it, between eating for pleasure and eating for survival. This distinction influenced how they raised their children, how they thought about waste, and how they appreciated abundance when it returned. The legacy of Depression-era food culture wasn't just about specific recipes or cooking techniques. It was about resilience, creativity, and the understanding that survival sometimes requires reimagining your relationship with basic necessities. Families learned that they could adapt to the unexpected, that communities could support each other through mutual aid, and that meals could be satisfying and meaningful even when they weren't elaborate or expensive. As you drift off to sleep tonight, maybe in a kitchen stocked with more food choices than Depression-era families could have dreamed of, it's worth remembering that the ability to adapt, to create something from nothing, and to find satisfaction in simplicity aren't just historical curiosities. They're human capabilities that remain available to us. skills that our grandparents and great-grandparents developed out of necessity, but that represents something valuable about human creativity and resilience. The Great Depression taught America that food is never just about food. It's about community, creativity, survival, and the remarkable human ability to make the best of whatever circumstances life serves up, even when those circumstances are nothing like what anyone ordered. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755, or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman and Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognized these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms, forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw the action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He recognised that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specialising in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable scepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalists' fears. His essays emphasised checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defence, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognized George Washington as a stabilizing presence, yet their friction fueled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France. Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles and the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations. By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticising Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then vice president, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The tradition demanded formal rituals. Seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the second's conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancour. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist essays, and personal letters. They recognised that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West, culminating in a high-profile treason trial. That fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy, while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong Union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory, carefully organising his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by landed aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson. In textbooks, he appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until the wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins, shaped institutions, but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters. Yet it also invited accusations of favouritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton, expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance. Some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, the robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society, while cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. In debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank, legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shape the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialisation truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalising but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with the universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. In the year 1162, amidst the sweeping steppes of Mongolia, a child was born into a world of cold winds and endless plains. This child, named Temujin, would grow to become the great Genghis Khan, a name that would echo across history as the founder of the Mongol Empire. But before he became a conqueror, he was simply a boy born into struggle, shaped by the harshness of his environment and the conflicts of his people. The Mongolian steppes stretched far and wide, a vast expanse of grasslands where the sky met the earth in a seamless horizon. Life here was simple yet brutal. Nomadic tribes moved with their herds, living off the land and surviving the harsh winters and the scorching summers. It was a world where strength, loyalty, and resilience were the keys to survival. Temujin's early years were marked by hardship. He was the son of Yesugei, a minor tribal leader, and his wife Holun. When Temujin was just a young boy, his father was poisoned by a rival tribe. This sudden loss left his family vulnerable, and they were abandoned by their own clan. His mother, Holun, took on the responsibility of raising Temujin and his siblings alone. The family was left to fend for themselves on the open steppes, relying on foraging, hunting, and sheer determination to survive. These early struggles forged a deep resilience in Temujin. He learned to endure hunger, cold, and the constant threat of violence. But he also learned the value of unity, the importance of family, and the need for loyalty. His mother's strength became a guiding force in his life. She taught him that survival required not only physical strength but also wisdom, patience, and an unyielding spirit. As Temujin grew older, he began to understand the fragmented world of the Mongol tribes. There were endless feuds, shifting alliances, and a constant struggle for power. He saw how disunity left his people vulnerable. He dreamed of something greater, of a world where the tribes could be united, where the endless conflicts could be replaced with a shared purpose. But before he could realize this vision, he faced countless challenges. Betrayal was a constant threat. One of his closest friends, Jamuka, who had once sworn brotherhood with him, would later become his rival. Temujin's path was marked by moments of capture, imprisonment, and escape. Each setback hardened his resolve. He believed that strength was found not just in the sword, but in the unity of purpose and loyalty. In time, Temujin began to gather followers who saw his vision. He was not just a warrior. He was a leader who understood people. He rewarded loyalty and merit rather than noble birth, a revolutionary idea in a world bound by tradition. His reputation grew, and more tribes pledged their allegiance to him. His ability to inspire, to strategize, and to adapt set him apart. He was relentless, determined, and focused on a single goal: to unite the Mongol tribes under one banner. In 1206, after years of battles, alliances, and strategic brilliance, Temujin achieved his dream. He was declared Genghis Khan, meaning universal ruler. It was a title that reflected his role as the unifier of the Mongols, a leader who'd brought together the once fractured tribes into a formidable force. But Genghis Khan's vision did not stop at the borders of Mongolia. He saw beyond the steppes, beyond the horizon. His ambition was to create a world where his people could thrive, where the divisions that had weakened them for centuries could be replaced by a new order. His armies, skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, began to expand the Mongol territory. They moved with speed, discipline, and precision, conquering lands that had once seemed unreachable. The campaigns of Genghis Khan swept across Central Asia, into China, and beyond. His leadership was marked by a combination of ruthless efficiency and strategic genius. He understood the importance of adapting to new challenges, incorporating new technologies, and learning from the cultures he encountered. Under his rule, the Mongol Empire became a melting pot of ideas, trade, and communication. But Genghis Khan was more than just a conqueror. He established laws to bring order to the chaos of his expanding empire. His code, known as the Yasa, emphasized loyalty, discipline, and justice. He promoted religious tolerance, recognizing that unity required respecting the beliefs of diverse peoples. He created systems of communication, trade routes, and infrastructure that connected distant parts of his empire. The Silk Road, once a dangerous route, flourished under Mongol protection, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures. As you breathe in deeply, picture the vast Mongolian steppes under a night sky filled with stars. The grass sways gently in the breeze, and the world is quiet except for the soft sounds of horses and the distant crackle of campfires. Genghis Khan's legacy stretches across these plains, a reminder of a leader who dared to dream of unity, who faced the harshness of his world with an unbreakable spirit. His life was a journey of resilience, vision, and transformation. He turned adversity into strength, chaos into order, and disunity into a vast and enduring empire. Though his methods were fierce, his impact on the world was profound. The connections he forged between East and West reshaped history, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. As you sink deeper into relaxation, let the story of Genghis Khan remind you of the power of perseverance, the strength found in unity, and the importance of vision. His life, filled with challenges and triumphs, speaks to the boundless potential within each of us, the ability to overcome, to lead, and to create lasting change. As you drift even deeper into the calming embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's journey gently guide your thoughts. His story, one of struggle, vision, and unrelenting determination, is a reminder of the strength that lies within every challenge we face and the boundless potential we possess to shape our own destinies. Picture the endless Mongolian steppes beneath a vast night sky, where the stars shine like scattered diamonds, illuminating the dark plains below. The wind moves softly, whispering tales of ancient conquests and unification. carrying with it the faint scent of grasslands and distant fires. This is the world where Genghis Khan forged his legacy, a world where survival was harsh, but the spirit of resilience was even stronger. As his empire expanded, so too did his influence. His conquests stretched from the mountains of China to the deserts of Persia, from the plains of Russia to the cities of the Middle East. But beyond the battles and the victories, Genghis Khan's mind remained focused on a singular goal: creating a world where his people could thrive. He was not driven purely by conquest, but by the desire to establish order where there was once chaos, to bring unity to lands divided by endless feuds. The Mongol Empire under his leadership was not just vast, but interconnected. Trade routes flourished under his protection, allowing merchants, scholars and travellers to move more freely than ever before. This period of stability and security, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica, allowed ideas, cultures and innovations to flow across continents. Paper, gunpowder and art travelled from east to west, while philosophies, religions and scientific discoveries spread in return. Imagine the caravans moving slowly across the Silk Road, their lanterns glowing softly in the dark, their footsteps measured and steady, the gentle clinking of goods, the murmur of languages blending together. This was a world where once isolated cultures began to connect, creating a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision of an interconnected world laid the foundation for this exchange, bridging the gaps between civilizations and opening pathways that had once seemed impassable. As you breathe in slowly, picture the vast expanse of his empire, the land stretching beyond sight. Mountains rise in the distance, rivers carve paths through fertile valleys, and open plains roll endlessly toward the horizon. Each part of this landscape, once divided, is now united under a common rule, a testament to the power of a shared purpose. Genghis Khan's dream of unity has become a reality, one shaped by his unwavering will and strategic brilliance. But even as his empire grew, Genghis Khan remained tied to the simplicity of his roots. He lived a life close to the earth, surrounded by the people who had followed him from the very beginning. He never allowed himself to be consumed by luxury or excess. His strength lay in his ability to understand both the warrior's path and the leader's burden, to balance the ferocity of conquest with the wisdom of governance. As the years passed, Genghis Khan continued to guide his people, his vision extending beyond his own lifetime. He established systems of law and order, ensuring that justice and discipline held his empire together. His code, the Yasa, provided structure and fairness, holding even the highest-ranking leaders accountable. This commitment to order and loyalty became the backbone of the Mongol Empire, a legacy that would endure long after his death. In 1227, Genghis Khan's journey came to an end. He passed away during a military campaign. His body returned to the land he had known since childhood. His burial place remains a mystery, hidden somewhere in the vast steppes, a secret held tightly by those who revered him. But though his physical presence faded, his legacy continued to shape the world. His descendants carried his vision forward, expanding the empire and cementing his place in history. As you breathe deeply, feel the quiet power of Genghis Khan's story resonating within you. His life teaches us that, even in the face of unimaginable challenges, a determined spirit can overcome, a clear vision can unify, and resilience can shape the course of history. He transformed his hardships into strength, his struggles into purpose, and his dreams into reality. Imagine the steppes once more, now calm under the vast night sky. The stars continue their silent watch. The wind carries a sense of timelessness, and the land stretches out in quiet peace. The world rests much like you do now, embracing the stillness that follows the storm, the calm that comes after a journey well travelled. Allow yourself to let go completely, to surrender to this peaceful stillness. The story of Genghis Khan has taken you across endless plains, through battles, struggles, and victories. Now, you rest, knowing that strength, resilience, and vision lie within you, just as they did within him. The journey of discovery, growth, and purpose is yours to continue when you awaken. As you sink deeper into the embrace of sleep, let the echoes of Genghis Khan's legacy ripple through your mind like a soft, steady current. His journey was vast, stretching across endless plains and through the annals of history. Yet his life was also a reflection of universal truths: strength in adversity, vision beyond boundaries, and the enduring power of unity. Imagine the stillness of the steppes at dawn, the first light of day casting a golden hue across the endless grasslands. The world holds its breath in quiet anticipation, a moment suspended between night and day. This is the same land that shaped Temujin, the boy who became Genghis Khan. The cold winds, the hardships, the endless horizons, all these elements forged his spirit, teaching him to endure, to adapt, and to lead. As you breathe deeply, let that same sense of quiet resilience settle within you. Just as the steppes stretched beyond sight, so too do the possibilities within your own life. The journey of Genghis Khan reminds us that no matter how vast the challenges before us, the human spirit is capable of incredible endurance and transformation. In your mind's eye, picture the endless caravans that travelled the Silk Road under the protection of the Mongol Empire. Merchants from distant lands move steadily along ancient routes, their carts loaded with silks, spices and knowledge. The world is connected in ways it had never been before, ideas flowing freely across continents. These connections, once fragile and uncertain, now weave a tapestry of shared human experience. Genghis Khan's vision brought people together, creating pathways where there had once been barriers. His legacy lives not just in the conquests, but in the bridges he built between cultures, the systems of order he established, and the idea that unity, even amidst diversity, is possible. Now, let your thoughts drift further into the stillness of night. The campfires have burned down to embers, their soft glow casting faint light across the faces of warriors, nomads, and travellers. The air is filled with the faint scent of smoke and the quiet murmur of people at rest. This moment of peace, hard-earned and cherished, reflects the balance that Genghis Khan sought, a world where strength and stability allowed for moments of tranquility. Feel the calm spread through your body, each breath drawing you deeper into a space of comfort and safety. The struggles of the day fall away like grains of sand carried by the wind. You are part of a larger story, one where each challenge you face shapes you, where every moment of resilience adds to your strength. Like the great Khan, you possess the power to endure, to dream, and to create a legacy of your own. Imagine now the vast plain stretching out beneath a sky filled with stars. The universe seems infinite, yet there is a profound sense of peace in knowing that you are a part of this grand expanse. The wind whispers gently, carrying with it the stories of the past, the hopes of the present, and the dreams of the future. You're connected to this timeless flow, your spirit at ease, your heart steady. As your mind drifts further into sleep, let the essence of Genghis Khan's story remain with you. His life, shaped by hardship and triumph, reminds us that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth. His journey from a boy abandoned on the steppes to a ruler who united vast lands is a testament to the power of determination and vision. You too carry that same potential within you, the ability to overcome, to rise and to transform. The world outside grows softer now, the edges of reality blurring as you surrender to rest. Your breath is slow, steady, and calm. Each inhale fills you with a sense of possibility. Each exhale releases any tension you've been holding. The night wraps around you like a warm cloak, protecting and soothing you as you drift further into peaceful sleep. As you drift even deeper into the embrace of sleep, the vast plains of history stretch endlessly before you, serene and timeless. The gentle rhythm of your breath mirrors the calm, steady winds of the Mongolian steppes, whispering stories of courage, resilience, and transformation. The journey of Genghis Khan lingers softly in your mind, a reminder that every challenge faced, every hardship overcome, shapes the path towards something greater. In this peaceful expanse, the world feels limitless. The night sky, filled with an infinite sea of stars, reflects the boundless potential within you. Each star glimmers with a quiet brilliance, a beacon of possibility, hope, and the dreams that lie waiting beyond the horizon. Just as Genghis Khan dared to look beyond the confines of his world, you too are capable of breaking through barriers, of envisioning new paths, of creating a life defined by your own resilience and purpose. Imagine the quiet of the ancient world. No city lights, no noise of modern life, just the pure, unbroken silence of the night. The grass beneath you is soft, cool and fragrant. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of earth and distant fires. The only sounds are the faint rustling of the wind and the occasional soft nicker of a horse standing watch. This tranquility is a gift, a space where you can let go, breathe deeply, and allow your mind to float freely. As you inhale, draw in a sense of calm strength. With each exhale, release the burdens of the day, the worries that cling like shadows. In this space, there is no need to rush, no need to struggle. You are safe, held gently by the vastness of history and the quiet wisdom it offers. Like the open steps, your mind expands, free from constraints, filled with possibility. The story of Genghis Khan is one of transformation, of a young boy who endured pain and loss, but who rose to become a leader who reshaped the world. His journey reminds us that strength is born in moments of adversity, that the spirit is forged in the fires of challenge. His vision was clear, his resolve unbreakable, and within you too lies that same seed of potential, that same capacity for growth, for vision, for resilience. Picture the endless plains bathed in the soft glow of dawn. The first rays of sunlight touch the horizon, casting a warm golden light over the land. The sky shifts from deep indigo to gentle hues of pink and orange. The world awakens slowly, peacefully, as the night gives way to a new day. This transition, from darkness to light, is a symbol of hope, a reminder that no matter how long the night may seem, the dawn always comes. Let this thought settle gently in your mind. Just as the night must yield to the morning, every struggle you face, every challenge you endure holds the promise of renewal, of new beginnings, of possibilities yet to be realized. The journey of life, like the journey of Genghis Khan, is one of cycles, of hardship and triumph, of darkness and light, of endings and new beginnings. Feel your body relax even further, each muscle letting go, your mind sinking deeper into the comfort of sleep. The weight of the world lifts away, leaving you light, free, and at peace. The winds of the steppes, the vast horizons, and the quiet strength of history envelop you in a cocoon of serenity. In this state of deep relaxation, know that you are part of something timeless. The struggles, the victories, the dreams of those who came before you live on, whispering their wisdom and encouragement. You are connected to this greater tapestry of humanity, a thread woven through the fabric of time, resilient and unbroken.